Danville City Commission, a special call meeting for Friday, April the 21st. Time now is 9:10. Apologize for being a little late, but my calendar getting changed. But our business today is about the budget, and we're going to have presentations by the different department heads. And before we get started, let me give the staff a compliment. Now, this is my 13th year, and we've gone through this, I don't know how many times, but as I read your presentations last night, they were very, very well done, very professional, and I felt like, oh, this is a project I could give to my 8th graders, and they could read this and they could understand this. So really want to compliment you all on the way you presented the materials, and it's some complicated stuff, but it was done in a very professional manner, and I hope the rest of my fellow commissioners will echo that sentiment as well. So thanks to you all for that. Not that you don't always do it, but when you do something good and do it well, we need to let you all know it. So with that said, I think, Ms. Compton, you're up first. So Mr. Coffey, you want to have some opening comments?
No, I'm just going to talk all day. I'm just going to be the only person who talks. I'm just kidding. I want to thank you all for giving us the time. These meetings are hard. They're long. And I think the community, and I know staff perceives and believes you're investing time in learning what they need and learning what they have to say. And I want you to know we appreciate that. I think that dialogue directly with staff is important, and this is the best forum to do that. And I'll just let Lee get started. Good luck.
He said good luck.
Okay. So finance department, the best one. First is best, right? I just wanted to kind of, for the public's sake, go over what we do. I think a lot of folks just kind of forget what finance does, and some people just never truly know. We're not quite as exciting as Doug back here in the fire department. We are responsible for accounts payable and receivables, so bills that are coming into the city and a few bills that are going out from the city. We process and collect those. We are responsible for cash flow for the city, custody of our funds. That includes ensuring that cash and check and funds are handled properly in safe and secure manner. Debt administration, financial reporting, including the annual audit, general accounting activities, the financial administration of grants, city investments. The finance department also does registration of new businesses. That's where a business license is issued from. And we collect and review insurance premium taxes. We also help the county ensure occupational taxes are collected. We have an agreement with the county to process occupational taxes, which is one of our bigger sources of revenue, but that's just kind of the highlights of what we do on a day-to-day basis. So what have we been doing for the last fiscal year? One of the biggest projects going on has been the updated new financial software that is scheduled to go live in late May. We had to update our software. We needed improved financial reporting. We needed improved accounting functions. Our software was just not working for the city's functions anymore. This system also will integrate, it's one system with the utility billing system, whereas before it was two different systems, which gives you a ton of room for human error when you're inputting back and forth between those two systems. The utility billing, I won't talk too much about that in case Marshall has some discussion planned later, but it's going to improve access and services for the water customer quite a bit. We're also going to have improved online payments for things like business license, for parking, for certain fees like alcohol regulatory fees if folks want to pay those online. We're also moving toward a paperless system. This new financial system allows you to greatly reduce the amount of physical paper that's passed around, invoices, instead of it being, carried by hand from the water treatment plant all the way to City Hall. They can scan that in and provide that to us electronically. Management is going to have a much larger, much more access to their financials than they currently have, which is to their budgets and their department expenses, which is a great for them, great for me. They'll just be able to see everything in real time much more easily than they can now. Another big item I've been working on in the background is an update to our purchasing policies and procedures. It's been a few years since those have been updated. They just need to be in line with state requirements. One of the big items will be, which, we'll bring those to you all for a review and an approval. But one of the big items is a change to our spending limits. The state has increased those over the last several years because of the economy, how much things cost. Ours has not been updated to keep in line with those, so I'd like to get those back together so that we're in line with state requirements, but still meeting, a good level of responsibility on our end. We also want to just tweak some of the procedures are just based on a paper-based system that worked 15, 20 years ago. And a lot of the stuff we just don't do anymore because it was an antiquated kind of process. So we just need that updated. We've also, like I said, we had mentioned before, we had realigned some of the finance department duties, business license, insurance premium taxes, those kind of things. Do y'all have any questions about software, anything like that? I know that was a big one. It'll be one system, so they interface together, and it's just one system. So we're really looking forward to that part of it.
Sure, and the department heads can see their stuff.
They can
That's
see.
good.
They'll have an access level to go in. They'll have to be in it anyway to approve invoices, things of that nature. But they can real time drill down to every expense that has went through their department, and they'll also get a better reporting mechanism, so they can at any point in time pull out their own department's reports and say, how much have we spent for the year as a whole or in this category. They don't have to request it and wait for it for when I or somebody on my staff has availability to pull that for them. I think we're pretty good about getting it to them timely, but it's not the same as them being able to look at it in real time and see what's going on.
I think that's awesome.
I think everybody's really going to like it once it gets, once we get it live. So tentatively, well, it's pretty firmly scheduled for next month on the 24th. So.
Lee, just for the general public, how many people are in your department?
So my department is one of the smaller ones. Including myself, there's 5 of us. We have a staff member that issues business license. She also is responsible for collecting, other than water, she is responsible for collecting all funds that come through the city's door. She records and tracks insurance premium taxes, currently helps out with alcohol license payments and parking receipts, parking tickets, things like that. We have accounts payable. They are responsible for tracking invoices and making sure checks go out the door in a timely manner. I have a finance clerk who issues purchase orders, tracks those. She's also responsible for billing for things. Some folks don't realize we do other types of billing. For instance, we have agreements with, like, for instance, the county for a lot of different things, park and rec, communication services, that kind of stuff. And in years prior, the parking bills for like the parking garage, parking lots, things like that, those were ran out of our utility system. A lot of people aren't aware of that because before the system we are currently in, we probably didn't have a good mechanism to bill with, but we are pulling those out of utilities because it's not really a utility function. So in this new system we'll be billing the parking bills for parking leases. And then I have another staff member, purchasing agent. The title is a bit of we're working on changing the title to better fit her job duties. She's does a lot of account reconciliation, bank statement reconciliation, recording general ledger items in our system. So,
What, do you do anything at all?
Nope.
Okay,
I just make sure they're doing stuff. That's that's half the work, right?
No, seriously though, since Lee's been here, I feel better about our finance department than I think I ever have, so I appreciate that.
In my short time, I've noticed that as well. So,
Well, I think we should just, as a city, move toward having more transparency of finances and having that more accessible than it has been in the past. I think it's important for the public to know what we do and where we're at. It's not always interesting, right? Numbers can bog you down. But I want it to be accessible to you all, to other management, and to the public.
And I feel like the department heads can finally do their jobs
Oh, absolutely.
and
Right.
manage their finances the way they should be doing.
Absolutely.
And that's going to save money and create efficiency. So thank you
Agreed.
for finding the right
Well, I
program.
think the other good thing for me about increased transparency is that the community, the citizens need to know that the five of us don't spend any money.
Absolutely.
And that's always like, can't you just write a check and take care of that? Well, no, we don't do those kind of things.
You cannot do that, that's right.
Well, we could, but there's a result that's not very pleasant, right? But I want to appreciate the way that the checks and balances are working.
So for the upcoming year, kind of what I have on my to-do list, obviously we'll be getting used to our new software. That's, it'll go live. It'll probably be a good 3 to 4 months before we're really comfortable with it. There's anything like that, maybe even longer, 6 months, a new change like that. It's a lot. But we're planning to really delve into procurement software. So as you guys are aware, we've had a struggle with a lot of things that we have bid out with getting multiple respondents. Part of that, I think, is just the way we're advertising, like how many people actually look at the paper, right? A lot of some of the recent ones I've done, I've sent them out to people if I know of a company or an entity that participates in that kind of work, but you don't always get the responses and that we would like. So we're exploring options for procurement software that helps you have a bigger audience of people it advertises to, but it also standardizes the way that we do it, because right now we don't have a standardized process for those large procurement processes. So we do have a policy, it's in a policy, but it's very, what's the word? I don't think generic is the right word, but that's kind of where I'm leaning. So for instance, my RFP for an item is going to be extremely different from one in utilities or from Public Works. But I think there's a list of A, B, C, D, E, right, that we should all be hitting no matter what. And if it's applicable, there are better processes to make sure we include everything that we need. A lot of the new procurement softwares also that are available, they allow you to, you don't have to necessarily like create one from scratch, which a lot of times you have to do. They'll have templates to include, they'll have standardized contracts that you can change, but you can update to include what you need. But there's been a lot of good success with several of them that have saved cities money by putting the information out to a wider audience. So that's one thing will be, that'll be included to add on in the next fiscal year, provided you guys approve it. Second item, improved reporting. This is really not like a financial item or a software or anything of that nature. A lot of it's going to come with our new software. But I really just want to improve what reporting we currently do. I think I've added a few things that we haven't done in a while. But I just want to focus on adding more information, improving what we are doing, and making sure that we're doing that in a regular, timely manner. And then last, I really do want to improve staff training in the finance department. I think for a long time, just the lower level staff was not provided as many training opportunities as some others are. I think it's really important that they know why they take in money the way they take it in, or put out money the way they do. I think it's important for them to know. It hinders their ability to find an error or notify me if they think something's wrong, if they don't know why they do the things they do. I also just want to improve my own training and attend a few of the conferences that are available. So those are my big three items for the upcoming fiscal year. No big projects, but I think it's important for us to kind of really get better at what we're doing currently.
So personnel-wise, you're good? You don't, I mean.
Personnel-wise, we're pretty well staffed at the moment. I think for the finance department, you'd really have to have a big shift in what we do for me to want an additional staff member.
Okay.
So,
Good. Thank you.
you're
Yeah,
welcome.
thank you, I appreciate this.
Any other questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. That's all I have for you guys.
I think I talked to Earl, property taxes are still collected at the county, right?
So
'Cause it's better that way?
property is collected at the sheriff's office.
sheriff's, yeah.
Yeah, and those, they seem to be going pretty well, like collection-wise, things like that. I haven't had any issues out of them. The county clerk, obviously, they collect motor vehicle taxes, and we've had really good relationships with them, and then the county does occupational taxes. And I think they do a really good job. This is my personal opinion. I think they could probably use another staff or two in that department. It's a lot of returns. And we just know because we issue like a business license, and every quarter or so, the county will send us a handful of new accounts, new businesses that have started business that haven't already acquired a business license, so we'll have to reach out to these in addition. And there's a significant number of new entities filing returns every single quarter. So I think there's a lot going on over there. And maybe it's not the right place to say, but I think they could use another staff or two just to help them process.
But the cost to the city,
Cost to the city comes out of the finance budget. It correlates with the rate of taxes collected. I don't know that rate off the top of my head. I'd have to look. But it comes out of my consulting budget. I think about this year, we're expecting to spend about $280,000 for their collection services. So it's a percentage of the amount they remit to us.
so you think that's the best process? I'm not putting you on the spot, I just think.
I think that, I know a lot of other cities,
No,
I know
want her
some
to
cities
have what she
collect
wants.
them themselves. I think that if we ever change that, I know that was floated around a few years back. I think it would be a major undertaking. We'd have to do a lot of research, and at that point, I would be requesting a couple more or
Okay.
more people. I think like I don't mind to admit this. This is not something that I would want to, or I would strongly advise against taking on this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. I see brother. Oh,
I believe the county is very responsive to Lee, and so when they have a question, I want to give the county credit. I think they have worked really hard over the last couple of years to create a relationship back and forth. so that if they have a question, they call. If she has questions, she calls, and they work very well together. And I just want to thank the county for that.
Okay, Mr. Warren, you've gotten up 2 or 3 times and you sit back there with you ready, aren't you? And I was reading this thing last night about the fact that you've been working for the city for 25 years. And I still think you're just 21 years old running around this building, so
It's
that's
gone by
amazing.
very quickly. I was talking about that with Commissioner Holland before we started this morning.
Well, that's good.
I'm Nick Warren, I'm the IT director. I'll be presenting IT today. Guess it would help if I actually used the remote, huh? So staff-wise, we haven't changed this year. I did want to point out one thing. My guys, we hit a pretty good milestone this year. We have 100 years combined IT experience between 4 employees, which is pretty remarkable.
Old.
We are old, yes. So that's our most junior employees, 22 years, yeah. Our most senior being at 30 years of experience. So that was a pretty big milestone for us this year. We're sitting really good staff-wise, very professional, very knowledgeable. So just wanted to touch on that. It's a big deal. So current year, one of our biggest projects has been the Central Fire Station. That was a complete, a ground-up build-out, computers, servers, storage, phones, network, you name it. There's everything in there. Additional systems like coaxial and TV systems, security and camera, paging systems for the fire department. It's all integrated into IT now. It's not these standalone little systems anymore. It all talks. It all works back through dispatch. So it's a little more process putting in there. The picture you're seeing there is actually the server room in the new fire station. My guys did a really good job of keeping it neat and organized, and that's one of my pet peeves is keeping things clean. Second project was relocating the tower that used to be across the street. I say relocating, like we picked it up and moved it. We built a new one. So we designed, ordered, and installed a custom building, a custom tower. We have fiber optic that we put in from the tower through the fire station into City Hall. Replaced all of the aging antennas. I think, Doug, you can help me out. They were 20, 30-year-old antennas that we'd had problems with. We did relocate the existing repeater equipment, core equipment, because it's fine. It's been indoors. There's no exterior weather damage to that. Put in the fencing at the rear of the property and then demolish and remove the existing tower. That was a very long, drawn-out process from design work through build through go live, many months worth of projects there. The third is probably one of our biggest, was our core network upgrades. This was our phase 1 upgrades. You probably heard us kind of talking about it last year in the budget that we implemented new routers, switches, and firewalls that allowed us to VLAN or segment out the various areas of the network and get everything under one umbrella. Implemented VPNs for remote users so they can, work from home, work on the road, access everything as if they were sitting in the office. We revamped our entire backup system this year, modernized that, expanded the capacities there. Put in 2 new systems this past year. One was remote monitoring and management. This is software that allows us to remotely manage and patch and install and uninstall software and manage computers when they're not even on our network. The other is what's called a SIM system, which is a security incident monitoring, event monitoring. So this is software that monitors the network, looks for irregularities, looks for high volumes of traffic that shouldn't exist, and then records it, logs it, and then notifies staff immediately. And then we, of course, use the RMM software to get in and see what's causing the issues. So those were our 3 major projects this year. You have any questions on those before I move forward?
As far as like cybersecurity, which is the big topic, how do you have all the tools you need, and are we in good
We
shape?
do. So
in
we
that regard?
replaced the firewalls are going to be your first line of defense. That and your system patching. Those are outside of user calls. Problems like phishing or social engineering are going to be your biggest threat vectors, and we've really worked on those this year. Coming up this current year, we're working with Randy on implementing cybersecurity training for each employee that will help, hopefully, on the social engineering and phishing side of things. Hopefully that's something we can mandate that all users of computer systems in the city will have to take this training. I don't know what the frequency would be, but,
Yeah.
so.
I didn't realize you were that old. I know you played for bait, and we had
played for
leather
you.
helmets and a pig bladder, but I didn't know you were.
That's right.
It's been a while.
It has.
Thank you.
All right.
That training includes the city commission as well, I hope.
Should.
Yes.
Not my place to say that for sure, but
Well,
yeah,
I'm
it's- I
suggesting
think
that I-
anybody
yeah.
who uses a device should have to take this training. It's,
Well, that's
Good
us
idea.
too, I
yeah.
think, right? Yeah.
And
Does that include the dark web? You hear that word, the dark web?
so our employees don't have access to that through our networks. That requires going through a special set of routers. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail there.
No.
but, Yeah, it's,
I'm just, I mean, we were
Gonna
at
give
a
me something to
Yeah.
do this afternoon.
No,
I can go down a rabbit hole there, but
no, and Earl knows, we were at a
yeah,
conference.
it
and
will touch
somebody-
on what it is and why you shouldn't use it. But,
Right.
We don't have.
No, do
our-
people have access to our?
No, no, not at all.
Not legally.
Well, that's the thing.
No, not using any of our systems, no, they do not.
Good question, though.
So coming year, one of the first things we want to do is a services audit. We have actually started that this year. We've been going through all the AT&T stuff that's remained from the Spectrum changeout. I'll give Anthony, one of my staff members, credit. He's done a lot of legwork on getting this sold. I'm going to call it junk, stuff that was ordered in the 90s that has been hidden in bills and getting all that shut off. We shut off several $1,000s worth of equipment, or not equipment, but services. To date, so far, he has recouped back about $5,000 in credits, and he has about another $30,000 that he is in the process of completing paperwork to get that back. This one specifically was an overcharge for a line we ported out a year and a half ago that somehow they had kept billing us for it, but it was hidden so deep in the bill, it was just near impossible to find. So we started the AT&T this year. We're about to wrap that up. The current year, or next year, we're going to look at our cellular, our internet services, and what are called our SaaS services, or software as a service. So this would be stuff like Office 365, password managers, various subscription software. Just make sure we're utilizing it, check usages on it, verify the needs are still there. You know, if it's not, it's easy to order a data service through cellular, use it for a little while and forget you're using it. It sits in a drawer or sits in a car somewhere. And so we're going to go through and make sure there's been usage over the last, year. If there's not been, we're going to ask the departments to justify the need for the device going forward. So the goal there is just to basically lower the service costs and verify that, what we're paying for, we're still using.
That's good.
We're also going to begin what I'm going to call phase 2 of our core network. So this year we changed out and upgraded and all of our, like I said, our switches, routers, firewalls. This year we want to introduce redundancy into those systems. City Hall is kind of our big core network. Everything kind of runs out of here and comes back to here. So we want to introduce additional hardware that if we have a hardware failure, everything routes over to another system. We're not down. My guys do a really good job of preventative maintenance and keeping things from going down, but stuff breaks. So we want to try to mitigate any kind of downtime when you do have a breakage. Additionally, we're going to work on our SCADA network is kind of a separate air-gapped network, and by air-gapped, I mean it doesn't have access to the internet as a whole. But it's kind of it's in need of a little work. It's been years without having a lot done to it, so we're going to go introduce some better technologies into there. This will all be funded out of our general operation budget. All of this type stuff comes out of the IT operational budget. It's not capital level spending. Most of our purchases are relatively small compared to other departments. So, and then our last thing we're going to look at this year is implementing a unified communication system. So currently the city has, I think, 4 or 5 phone systems scattered out in various buildings. And, one thing you hear a lot is, well, we need to hang up and call this number, or, I can't transfer you there. You need to call here. And so this system's to put a single citywide, it actually will be hosted in a cloud server system so that wherever you're at, as long as we have internet access, we can patch you into the city's phone system, transfer calls, put you in our call attendants, our call queuing systems. It'll also allow us to implement a call queuing system for water utility this year, where when you call in, you don't just get a phone ringing and ringing and ringing. You'll get something pick up that says, operators are busy, you've got about this much of an estimated wait time, you know, do you want to wait or do you want to hit a button and have us call you back, that type of stuff.
Hold my spot.
I'm sorry.
Will it hold my spot?
Yes, actually it will. That's the whole point of it. This system now, it's just, it's luck of the draw if you get somebody to pick up. And with this, it'll actually queue you in the order you called in, and it'll allow additional employees, if they're having busy days, they can add themselves to the call queuing procedure, and it can spill over to more employees if needed. It also additionally allow them to have their phones on their cell phone if they desire to, if they're going to be out of office. Has a lot of other stuff, presence management, which is, who's in that day, who's available, whether or not you're in a meeting, screen and file sharing, chat, video, mobility, all the stuff you typically get, like your WebEx, I'm sure you've heard before, some of that type stuff. So this will remove the large capital costs for phone systems and phones, which are very large. For example, the system that feeds City Hall and the fire station, it's due for replacement in another year or two. You're looking at probably like a $90,000 capital cost just to replace that one system. And then you've got your monthly costs for your lines and your, what we use are called PRIs, or prime rate interfaces. They're digital lines that bring multiple lines into one's place. That all goes away. It goes to more of like a cell phone type where you pay per user in their device. So you don't pay the monthly phone costs, you don't pay the circuit costs, you don't pay the large capital outlay. The phone equipment's provided, it's warranted, it's got an service level agreement on it, meaning if it goes out, they replace it within so many hours. You have a place you can call in that if we have issues setting something up, they will do it for us or walk us through it. Your yearly phone contracts go away that we pay to maintain phone systems. So you take your costs that were large up front and monthly and just replace them with more of like a cellular type service where you're just paying, I think we're going to, right now, we're looking at about $25 to $28 per user per month, which is not bad considering you take that capital cost and spread that out and then those monthly costs on top of that. I don't have the exact numbers just yet, but it's looking to be about a wash, if not a little bit of savings. So that's my stuff for the year. We'll have a lot of other small little projects, but these are kind of our core, bigger projects for the year. So if you have any questions, be glad to answer them.
Any questions?
Are you good on staff?
We are at current responsibilities. If nothing changes there, we're good to go. We're getting our head back above water from several years of being understaffed, and I've got a good crew here, and we're moving forward.
Are you all complete at the fire station? Is that complete?
We
over
are,
there?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, very good.
Chief Simpson, as you approach the mic, you got outstanding compliments on the event that you hosted Wednesday afternoon with ADK, the teachers'
Yes.
sorority. And,
Yeah, it was good to see everybody there. They're
well,
glad we can use that as a good platform to bring people into our station.
well, the highlight of all the tour, there's a lot of exciting things, but the highlight was you took them into the kitchen and they saw the 3 refrigerators.
There's a story behind those 3 refrigerators. Over at
Yeah,
Old
I
Central, we
know.
used to have one,
Yeah.
and the platoons would steal each other's food or fight over the
Yes,
food.
That's right.
And that caused more arguments, so now we have 3, one for each
On for each
platoon.
shift, that's right.
And the doors can lock, so they can't get in it, so that's good.
Yeah. They gave you
Never come between
outstanding
firefighters and
comments.
food, right?
Well, the ladies were very impressed.
Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. We're glad we can be a platform for them to
Yeah. that was neat.
have a room for them, so. Good morning, everyone. Glad to see everybody. I just want to describe what the fire department does right now. We have 2 stations. Of course, in 2022, we got into our new station in August, which is fantastic. It's a really nice community asset. Second station is out on the bypass, 101 Fireside Drive. We cover 17.2 square miles in the city limits. Also, we sometimes help out in the county as well, mutual aid, they also help us. We have 3 platoons, work 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for continuous coverage, work 24-hour shifts with 48 hours off. We have 31 full-time staff, 27 firefighters. We also have 3 battalion chiefs, 6 lieutenants, and then 18 firefighters. And that covers, that's most people we've had in probably 25 or 30 years. So we've actually increased our staff over the last couple of years to 9 per shifts, and that's really helped out a lot. We can run the squad unit. We don't have to run the engines down the road quite as much, saves on fuel, saves on time, and also better serves the citizens for easier and faster response to emergency medical incidents. We had 2,834 calls last year, which is just a little bit down from the 3,000 we had the year before. Most of it's probably caused from COVID the year before. We have seen COVID go down a little bit, and it's kind of narrow, running off, but 56% of our calls right now are EMS calls. We run with Boyle County EMS. We help them as much as possible. All of our firefighters are EMTs, which that is a huge benefit for the citizens. A lot of cities our size do not have EMTs on their fire department. They normally have just emergency medical responders. So all of our firefighters are EMTs, and that's a big benefit. It's huge. If someone has a cardiac arrest on East Main Street, we can be there in 3 or 4 minutes providing care for them at a high level, and that's really important for the citizens. Our average response time is 4 minutes and 16 seconds. We track that through our emergency reporting systems from the time the call goes out to when they're on scene. So that's something we keep the data of and keep track of. We want them to be quick getting out of the building, not necessarily on the roadway. We want them to practice getting their gear on, getting out of the station. They normally have 2 minutes to get out of the station. So that's pretty quick. A lot of them are around a minute 20, minute 30. So that's pretty impressive stuff. Highly professional. My goals and objectives this year, the arrival of Engine 16, I put on there April 2023. Well, we actually got it yesterday, and we are very excited about it. It's a fantastic looking,
It looks cool, man.
fantastic looking truck. The truck team who put it together did a great job.
Well, can I drive it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Later on this afternoon?
Just come on over. My truck team that put this together were Patrick Denham, he's lieutenant, Tyler Reed, Chris Seiler, Donald Carpenter, and Mike Mulholland, Deputy Chief Mike Mulholland. They did phenomenal work on it. They planned it for over a year. They actually went to South Dakota twice to see it, to view it, to help with the plan. We spent 3 days up there from the early morning to the early evening, getting everything correct and the way they needed it to be. And they also did Engine 19 as well. And hopefully Engine 19 will be here in November. That's going to be a Rosenbauer Avenger series. A little bit more modern truck, looking truck. Not that Engine 16 is not modern looking, it is, but that's going to be pretty exciting. Engine 16 is replacing Engine 17, which was a 2000 model year. So it's 23 years old, and it's actually still in service today. We use it. Engine 18 radiator went out, Engine 17 is in service today. So it's still providing a lot of great use for the citizens. So compliments to our staff for taking good care of that apparatus. Staff completed aircraft rescue and firefighting certification. We had 20 people certified in 2022. That is a really great number. They actually went to Bluegrass Airport, went through their process. We have 7 people left to complete it. And they're going to be going, I think, in 2 weeks to take that test over again. They completed the skills portion, but they didn't complete the test, so they're going to be retaking it. Hazmat team, we're revitalizing our hazmat team. We haven't really had one in a while, so we have 9 new members on the hazmat team. And we'll be sending them to Nevada for radiation training, Anniston, Alabama for chemical, and then New Mexico for weapons and mass destruction training. The hazmat team is very vital. We have a rail yard running through the city of Danville, and that's a low-frequency, high-risk event if something happens there. You've seen what happened in East Palestine, Ohio. That's probably one of our bigger hazards to the city. So we want our staff to be prepared to handle those situations as much as possible and get the right training. We're also having a special operations team revitalized. We have 9 members on it. That includes trench rescue, confined space, swift water rescue, and rope rescue certifications. And these will all be certifications they will hold. It's not just a certificate, it'll actually be an actual certification where they're well-trained and versed in it. Pumper operation, we have 10 staff right now. They're not pumper operator certified. They'll be going to get pumper operator certified. And that'll be upcoming this month and next month as well. A National Vehicle Extrication Certification, we have 6 staff that are going. We already had 3 a couple weeks ago go. They're certified. We have 3 more to go later on in the year. We want to grow our arson team from 3 to 6. We already have members and staff that are trying to do that right now. Currently, we have just 3 certified arson investigators. So we'd like to have 6, 2 for each shift. That way people don't have to come in off duty or vacation. They can have them ready, available. Our average training goal last year for 2022 was 284 hours. Our goal each year, according to ISO, is 265 hours of training. So that's what we try to have each staff member meet those goals. And they do a great job. They're training all the time. A lot of them will get 300 and 400 hours of training. So they're highly professional, highly certified, and highly trained individuals. And we have to have an array of training, not just specialties. Like Lexington and Louisville, they may have a hazmat team that does nothing but hazmat. That's their career, hazmat team. Our staff, we have to have everybody versed in a lot of different subjects, from hazmat to extrication to structural firefighting. And so everybody has to have a general knowledge of all of those in certifications. Our public CPR certification goal is 200 in 2023. Right now, we're sitting at 90 people already certified in CPR. That's really good. We've offered that to the public every month, the last Friday of each month. And that's at Central Fire Station. They can just call up there and get signed up for it. It's been a great program, and the staff members who are taking care of that program, Scott Lawson, Patrick Denham, Heidi Larry helps out with it. They do a fantastic job. And we have like 7 CPR instructors, I think, so we're getting really good on that as well. Host large-scale trainings at Central Fire. We've already done an Inspector 1 and 2 class for the state. That's through State Fire Marshal's office. They came in, and we invited people, whoever wanted to come to it. I think we had 7 different departments here at one point. So that's a really nice benefit as well for the state to help out. And coming up, we have some MISAP pumper classes that we're holding for the counties and other people around as well. We've already had some station tours with students this year. We've had about 250 students come through from KSD, Danville High School, Tollerville Elementary. That's another great program. Let them come to the fire department and see what it's all about. Hopefully we can get some people interested in the fire service, and that's how you kind of bring them up. Get interested early, right? There's a picture of Engine 16. That's the one that just arrived yesterday. That's actually taken in South Dakota, so that's where our staff members went up there. But it's a fantastic truck. One of the biggest benefits of having Engine 16, it carries 1,000 gallons of water. Our previous apparatus only carried 500. So this is going to give us a little bit more time on scene. We don't have to worry about hitting a water source. So with city firefighting, structural firefighting, we rely on hydrants for our water source. So you have 2 hand lines pulled, running 125 gallons per minute with 500 gallons. In 3 minutes, you're going to be out of water. So you better be finding a hydrant pretty quick. So this gives us a little bit more time. At least 2 minutes makes a big deal when it comes to structural firefighting. So this is going to be a really nice asset, and just want to thank everybody, the commission, for allowing us to get this. This was actually ordered in 2021, so we're just now receiving it. This is a picture of Engine 19. This is not our fire truck. This is kind of what it's going to look like. Ours is going to have the black on top, but this is actually the model that we're getting. So you can actually see a little bit of a difference there between the custom pumper and the newer one. So we're excited about this. I think the young kids are going to really like this one. It kind of looks like a transformer in the front a little bit, so I think they're going to really get excited over it. Cost impact items, our staff, of course, the compensation plan is the highest priority this year for us. We really like to keep all of our staff here. As you know, the fire service in general is going through a lot of changes. The pool's shrinking, and other cities are kind of throwing money out at staff members, trying to get them to come there. That's kind of a national thing. The salaries keep increasing, and the pool keeps shrinking. So there's not a whole lot of people getting interested in the fire service anymore, or EMS. So hopefully that'll change in the next few years. So keeping our staff is really, really good. So we're not asking for any additional staff in 23, 24. we'll ask for more staff next year. We need a training officer really bad. That'll be at a battalion chief level position. And if we want to do a third station in 26, 28, in that timeframe, the movement, we'll have to start adding staff next year to get those people required up. It's going to take 9 people for our third station. So something to think about, commission to think about. Capital Engine 19 build up, we're going to ask for $75,000 next year. This upcoming budget, and that's going to be extrication tools, rope rescue, ladders, EMS equipment. The inflation levels of the fire equipment are through the roof. Increase in turnout gear has been almost 30% in the last year. It's gone up to over $4,000 per set now. So that's a major increase. Capital personal protection equipment, we're asking for 25. That's for firefighting turnout gear, what I just mentioned. It's about $4,000, $5,000 a set. We're going to try to get 5 each year because those go out of service after 10 years. And we don't want to have 60 sets of turnout gear go out at one year and purchase a $300,000 of turnout. We want it to be spread out over the next 10 years or so. That'll take the hit off of it as well.
Appreciate that.
Future projects, the Engine 16 buildup, hope to have it in service mid-May, hopefully. It's going pretty good. Engine 19 buildup, hopefully we can get it in maybe November, December, and have it ready for service in 2024. And there's the PPE turnout gear I was talking about. We're going to try to buy each set, 5 sets a year, cut the cost down on that. Replace SB fuel station in 25 and 26. That's where we use our cylinders, how we get our oxygen air to our SCBA cylinders. Has to be certified, has to be protected, making sure all the air is clean that they breathe. That's going to be about $150,000 cost for that machine. Right now, our current machine is, I think, about 15 years old. I think is what it is. And that's the only one we have. We don't have one at Station 2. So whenever we have to fill cylinders, we have to bring them to Central Station to fill them. 26, 27. We talked about Station 3 moving it, whatever their commission would want to do with that. There is a need there for Station 3, and there may be a need to even look into the airport side of it, depending on where the airport may want to go with their next level of operations. I know the FAA, at some level, you have to have 24-hour coverage for airports. That may be something to do with the fire security type thing. So some thinking, something to look into. Rescue equipment in 27, 28, that's just be general rescue equipment, extrication tools that go bad, things of that nature. And in 29 and 30, replace engine 18, which is a 2014 model year. And that'll probably have to be ordered in 2027 just to get it in that time frame. I know the Pierce trucks right now are about almost 2.5 to 3 years out. If you order them today, it would take 2.5, 3 years. So that's why we went with Rosenbauer. We think they're a really good product, and hopefully it'll survive us for the next 10 years or so. And that's our staff. They do a really excellent job. We have highest professional level staff. I'm really proud of them, and they do a phenomenal job for the citizens of Danville. And any more questions?
Something you said, Chief, about getting people interested in being firefighters. Is there a way to recruit, like, make it cool again? Because when I was a kid, everybody wanted to be a firefighter, and I don't know if there's a way to reach out to the.
We go to the school systems
You
and
do?
try to talk. We go to Danville and Boyle County and career days. It's a systematic thing over the national level. It's not just Kentucky, it's a national level thing. All departments right now are struggling to get personnel. I know when I started 20 years ago, and Commissioner Peak probably knows as well, she helped. We would have 50, 60, 100 applicants for one position. And, now we're getting 7, 8 applicants for one position. So, and it's not, just like I said, it's not just us. We go to the chiefs meetings, and every fire chief in the state of Kentucky, national level, they all have the same problems.
Chief, you talked about the early order of these big, important machines. I guess you on purpose just skip the cost of one of these engine 16s or 19s.
Yeah, engine 16 is around $750,000.
Say it again, they didn't hear that. Say it again.
Engine 16 is around 750,000.
Thousand.
And engine 19 will be 850,000 or so. And I suspect 10 years from now to be around $1 million.
Well,
A
it's
lot
a
of,
serious investment for our community.
it is, it's a great investment for the community, and we take really good care of those trucks. You want the frontline engines to last at least 10 years, and then another 5 or 10 years in reserve. And that's what we're gonna do. We don't get rid of the apparatus anymore, we keep them in reserve for mechanical issues. You know, engine 12, engine 18 this year have had numerous mechanical issues. They've been out, months at a time sometimes, and engine 17, which is 23 years old, has really saved us a lot. So we want to make sure we save those engines and keep them around as long as possible. And maybe in the future, we refurb those engines that we have, engine 12, 18, and maybe not purchase a new engine. Maybe we can refurb them and keep them a little bit longer. But normally 10 years front line is when you want to replace an engine.
Call volume versus when it's perceived with other smaller districts, sometimes county, for example.
Yeah,
1,000 versus
yeah. A lot of your, other agencies, call volume requires a different outlook. We make 3,000 calls a year. A volunteer service may make 300 calls a year. So those engines are going to last a lot longer in the volunteer service than it would be in an organization, predominantly. But Danville has a really high call volume compared to other cities. Bardstown, I think, does 1,700 calls a year. They don't run a lot of EMS calls. So we're doing something really special here at Danville. Nicholasville averages around 3,000 calls, so we're making the same amount of calls as Nicholasville. They have 4 stations and I think 48 staff members.
Well, and if you're arriving in 4 minutes plus, you're getting to some locations before the other EMTs are getting there.
Yeah, especially East Main Street. These Bull County has their, station out on the bypass. So sometimes we do arrive earlier and then we get patient care. Then they come in, they help us out, we help them out as well. There's a good partnership there with the county. Also, county fire, they help us quite a bit. If we need them, we can ask for manpower, and they always show up, they always help us.
Well, again, good PR. The community needs to know that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. And we, thank you for the commission for allowing us to have these fine apparatus and fine equipment. Safety is number one priority, and that provides a lot of safety for our staff members and the citizens as well.
I'd like to highlight the comment the mayor made on response time. That was a factor naturally on where the station is. And we were looking at placing a new station. And a compliment to you and the police department, because in most accidents, you guys are the first vehicle we see there. So
Thank you, sir.
nice job.
The station location is phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. Main Street's where it needed to be the whole time, and we're really, really glad to be here. 80% of the medical runs are in the city limits. So 80% countywide are in the city limits. So we're very beneficial there for them as well.
That's good.
I want to thank you all for being professional staff. I mean, I always did and still do compliment our police and fire and 911 other ones too, but how professional they are. And I appreciate that. You said that you don't need any additional staff this year.
Not this
But
year.
The
Just like-
training officer, you don't need that. It's okay for next year.
Yeah, we're okay this
Okay.
year. We're just trying to, save some money. Hopefully the compensation package will help us a lot with keeping our retention and recruiting. That's our main goal this year, is to keep everybody and be moving forward. Also, I just want to take time to thank our management staff. We have a great staff here. IT departments help tremendously with the new fire station. Lee's helped out tremendously with the finance, being able to look at our income statements. The police department does a great job. We just have a really good staff right now, and that's a compliment to the city manager and to the commission.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, welcome to the podium, Chief Gray, Chief of Police. You snuck in here on me, didn't you?
There we go. So far, to get started, Tony Gray, Chief of Police. As Doug said just a few minutes ago, I think that emergency services is a well-oiled machine. I think we work well together, you know, dispatch, EMS, fire, the police departments, and with the sheriff's departments and other agencies. I think we do just a good job of working together with each other. We got professional staffs and great people everywhere. Mine is pretty simple this year. We're just going back to the basics, you know, kind of like back to school. We got the 3 R's, and this year for us, it's resource, restructure, and renovation. You know, most time, you know, resource, you talk about resources, we're talking about supplies or money, materials, staff, other assets, you know, to help an organization to work, you know, if work or function effectively. And that's what we're trying to do, is get better and effective as an organization. But in this case, our resource are the 3 resource officers. We have Todd Davis at KSD. We got Chastity Shirley at Baton Middle School, and we got Ben Ray and a new addition, Scooter, therapy dog at Danville High School. So one of our big requests this year is going to be to increase school resource officers. Those new resource officers will be going to Tolliver, Hogsett, and as we all know, KSD has a campus, and those kids are there Friday. They come in on Sunday evenings to Friday afternoon. So we're looking at putting a resource officer at Tolliver and Hogsett during the day, and adding a resource officer at KSD for the evening hours of 3 o'clock in the afternoon to 11 at night. What we're doing, we try to do something a little different about funding these resource officers to help save on money. So these new resource officers are going to be seasonal employees. They'll be on a 10-month contract. We're looking for retired officers, so they've already got their retirement benefits and things like that, so they won't have to draw a benefit package from the city. The schools are paying anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000 of that $60,000 salary for those officers. So the city would provide the extra about $20,000 to $25,000, and then we'll take care of the uniforms, cars, training, the rest of that salary from there. A normal, when we've got, you're looking at Todd and those first 3 resource officers, counting their benefit packages, you know, you're probably talking about $125,000 to $150,000 per officer. So I think that's quite a bit of savings, and it's a unique way of trying to fund and work with the schools to get protection for all our kids in our communities.
And before you move on, Chief, this is another one of those unfunded mandates by the state that.
That is, it was an unfunded mandate on the schools.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're trying to help them save money and us also be a good community partner as well.
Well, you should be commended for that, because you are saving them money.
You know, when we've talked to the schools, you know, about maybe doing a tiered pay, you know, as we go through this thing, but to get them started on, like I said, it's a state-mandated fund date for them. Just to get them started, I thought this was a great way to get that resource into those schools.
Okay.
Our next thing is restructuring. Again, we're just trying to be better efficient as a department. So what we're talking about restructuring, this is our current organizational chart. I have an administrative side with an administrative assistant and a records clerk. You see our operations, which is pretty much our patrol division. We have 1 administrative captain. We have 27 patrol officers, 4 investigators, K-9, and those 3 SROs currently. In dispatch, we have the Director of Communications and 12 full-time dispatchers right now, 13, Rebecca? Yeah. So that's what our dispatch side looks like, and that's our current organizational chart. When we're talking about restructuring, so the biggest thing for us in the next coming year is, as you look at the bottom of operations there, you see that we're adding ABC, codes, and parking will come up under the police department. So as our current director of ABC, Ms. Lester, is getting ready to enjoy retirement in a couple of months, and we wish her well. That's a great resource that we will be losing. But that position will be taken over by an administrative captain. So we'll be moving to 2 administrative captains there. Pretty much all those other things except for the SRO. We'll add 3 additional SROs, which will give us 6. As of right now, we're not going to add that second records clerk, but we could possibly see a need there as we take on some of those clerical responsibilities of ABC and parking, that we might need another records clerk to help fulfill some of those duties and requirements later down the road. Dispatch, as we're not really asking for staffing there, but we possibly see a need for what we call call takers. Call takers would be somebody that would, as Nick kind of talked about a little bit, the phone services, that we could have somebody to be like a switchboard, that when we get that new phone system in, that we have people stationed in dispatch that could handle those incoming calls that are non-emergency and send them out to those, forward those things out to different agencies. And also that could be a recruiting tool for them people to later be transferred or promote up, or however you want to see, to be a dispatcher. So that's not necessarily things that we put in the budget as an addition for this coming year, but it's something that we could look at further down the road as far as staffing is concerned. Also, with EMD, we're seeing that dispatchers, those people are on the calls a lot longer. And the need to keep them away from taking non-emergency calls is a big need. So that's just some things that we're looking at and thinking about down the road.
And Chief, you'd have to have one of those for each of the shifts?
We feel like that, that is something that we could probably do 7-ish, or maybe 6 to 9 in the evening. So, after 9, some of those non-emergency calls kind of taper off because City Hall is not open. And, just non-emergency calls just seem to slow down after that 9 o'clock time frame. So we feel like possibly we can get away with 2 employees to take those calls. And it'd be just kind of a Monday through Friday detail right now. Not necessarily, like I said, City Hall's not open on the weekends. We don't feel like right now, but we might see that need might increase, as we get into it.
It's a great concept, because I'm sure anything to relieve the load on dispatchers will help them in their ability to take care of things, but also help us with retention too as well, I would assume. So.
One of the complicated things with dispatch, and I don't know how else to describe it, I was trying to figure this out last night. It's conditioning the employee to understand what is city operations, right? Yeah. And for a dispatcher, once they're on that clock, it's hard. They get all kinds of calls. And going to the call taker position, it takes a lot of pressure off of a young trainee, a young employee, meaning new employee, not age. But a new employee, it gives them time to adapt to what city operations actually are. and it integrates them into that system a little slower. And hopefully, we've had dispatchers come on and leave quick because it's overwhelming, right? So it also provides that aspect of it. It provides a slow transition into municipal operations so that is understood, you know? And that makes then the dispatching easier. Once you know what's going on, the dispatching position is just slightly easier. Right.
But you're not asking for any call takers this year.
Not yet. We're all still trying to
Just
figure
sort
out
of
what,
trying
how.
to figure
how-
out
it-
what you need.
Yeah, we're trying to look at what we would recommend and really what it would look like. And, you know, if you do that, you want to integrate the call, you know, do you do an 811 number for the community? And if you're doing that, is that if you call City Hall, is this the number that maybe City Hall goes through to? Because you're going to have somebody sitting there. So we're debating on all those things. And it seems like if you're going to do something, you need to do it right.
Right.
And you need to, so therefore, think all the way through it. And that's
Okay.
what we're trying to do. And I appreciate Becca and Tony being willing to just talk through it. Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of, you know, we're still looking at job descriptions and, you know, training for that position. You know, it's not something, like I said, we're just going to throw together at the last minute. But, and then the new system that Nick is talking about with the phone system, you know, all those things kind of really need to get in, we need to get that infrastructure in place. And that's kind of just where we're at, just letting you all know that this is something that we could pursue, you know, maybe next year. But, you know, it's just getting it out there in front of you right now.
And that's good, yeah. That's good.
My last star is renovation.
I thought it was gonna be arithmetic.
Close to school,
It's good.
this was just for you, you know, the 3 R's.
I love it.
We've started on the range. You know, the range used to be all grass. We've got concrete and sand, those concrete lines there mark shooting distance from the pistols, 5, 7, 10, 12, 15, 25 yards, I believe. But as you can see, the range is still a little dated. We do have electricity down there. We probably need to get moving targets and things like that down there. So we need to make some upgrades to the range and do some renovations down there.
And we just volunteered a moving target for you.
We, no comment there. I'll let y'all stick with that one. You know, we moved into this building in 2010, and it was, you know, a much needed transformation, you know, to move across the street from where we were. But you know, it's time for some renovations and stuff. And part of those renovations that we've been talking about is, you know, also has to do with the training room downstairs, making it a little bit better, updated for also I've just lost my mind for a second. For ABC updates, we're also going to allow for the police department to grow. Like I said, we need to modernize some things like that. The restructure is also with ABC and codes enforcement and parking. Like I said, the school resource officers, that's the state mandate. We need that school safety for all our kids in our communities. I think that's something that, as a community, we want to be proud of and say that we've got our kids covered and they're going to be protected for us.
Is that something we're just gonna do in-house as far as the design for the new people and that kind of stuff?
So the renovation, we're actually working with the architecture firm that did this renovation
Okay.
here over on City Hall, Branstad and Curl. And Josh and I met with them last Thursday. They looked at the old blueprints. We talked about some wants and needs and some renovations that we would like to see. And like I said, again, one of the biggest things is just how are we going to handle ABC and the police department's entryway you know, how we kind of handle that over there, that front section, because, you know, we still have people coming in that need police services, but you're also going to have people that's coming in that need to see the ABC coach people too. So how do we kind of create space? Because sometimes we have kids or we have victims come in that need a secure area, and then make sure we also have a public entry point for those ABC, those needs as well.
Yeah, I hope you all saw this, like, when you read this. It says renovation, says a noun, and it says the action of renovating a building. And then the last sentence says, this property is in need of complete renovation. That was a great example. And that is arithmetic when you talk about renovating, right?
Yes, it is, just a little bit. I thought I'd just try to be a little comedy in this.
It worked. It worked.
Sometimes this is a boring, stiff
Yeah.
conversation.
Well, you guys put a lot of time into your presentations.
So also, I did, or Director Hafley did something different for our 911 center, which also falls up, you know, up under my umbrella of city services. So we do have some, a little bit with dispatch here. Again, I touched on this a little bit in my presentation. We have 13 dispatchers, and in 2018, they began EMD. And that requires one dispatcher to stay on that emergency dispatch call the whole time. So, you know, as far as staffing wise, you know, most of the time, we only have 2 people working dispatch or handling 911 calls. We are a call-driven agency. I just cannot emphasize that enough. The increase in numbers of overdoses and cardiac arrest, and all of those require usually some, you know, some level of EMD from the dispatcher, those calls. And those numbers are increasingly, just quadrupling almost. She has some of the numbers there. As you can see, 2019, 5,500, 2022, went up to 66, almost 6,700, average of 18 a day. The calls includes medical alarms, check welfares, domestics, you know. The cardiac arrest survival rate went up, was less than 1%, now it's 14. And again, as Doug says, they're doing CPR training at the fire department, but our dispatchers are walking people through having to do CPR on a daily basis. So again, what we're trying to do is, you know, make sure those dispatchers are handling those emergency calls, not on the phone with a barking dog, you know, or
That's right.
those type of issues. Dispatch hasn't grown as their staffing numbers has not increased, as well as the law enforcement, other emergency services. You know, so we do need to think about increasing some staffing there, or, like I said, creating those call taker positions so we can free them up to handle those emergency calls and stuff like that. You know, staffing is when you increase staffing, that does create a huge financial burden for the city as we increase staffing. So we're trying to be, like I said, innovative in doing some things like that. Pretty much that's I just got through selling you on that, you know, as best I can. We would like to, somewhere maybe down the road, is promote another senior telecommunicator, trying to get a a supervisor per each shift. Right now, we have pretty much supervisors on day shift and second shift. But as, like I said, as we see, we're seeing more and more emergency dispatch calls and things like that happen after that 11 and 12 o'clock hour, and a need for another supervisor on those third shift hours and things like that. Any questions?
Did you say there are two
To,
dispatchers around the clock?
there are two, most of the time we have at least two dispatchers full-time on all shifts now, yes.
Okay.
It wasn't that long ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
You need. At least, I would think.
At all times.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hurdle was not cleared not too long ago. A lot of times we were, after 4 o'clock, we only had one dispatcher.
That's great.
4 a.m. Yeah, 4 a.m., we only had one dispatcher a lot of times.
Wow.
So having that second dispatcher, that was pretty much a requirement once we started EMD. We were covering it with overtime for a while, but now we have it, we're in a position where we pretty much have it fully staffed with staffing. But that need, like I said again, is to increase down the road is to try to increase those numbers and have a supervisor on that third shift.
Sounds good. I was at a Boyd County Health Department yesterday morning. I know Kevin came later on. We were doing a recovery-ready community application. The site visit team was here. And we were talking about Narcan training and about how our first responders throughout the city and county have been involved in it. But one thing came up is that we have lots of city employees, people walking in and out of here all day long, and very few of our staff members have done any Narcan training besides first responders. So one suggestion was that we consider getting the commission as role models and the staff trained in with Narcan training. And then I think you and the fire chief have also expressed that we need to be setting the example by being CPR trained as well with our staff and with our commission. So I'd like to suggest we add those two things as part of some of our goals to consider for this year. I've always been CPR trained, but it's probably been 12, 15 years ago since I actually went through an updated course or whatever. So those would be two things I think as we could say to the community that as a commission and as a city staff, we're taking advantage of these things and we're getting ourselves prepared beyond just our first responders. So Commissioner, just something to toss out for us to consider as we continue going through this process. CPR training has a cost to it. The Narcan training is free along with a kit to put in your purse or in your car, wherever you want to put it, have it handy.
We'll add that to the KLC strategic plan booklet.
Okay.
I think that's a
Okay.
good location for that to be added. Ashley, can you note that?
Well, we were sitting in the health department yesterday morning. My meeting started at 9 o'clock. And they had 2 people that came in. One came in to get some help. Well, the other person, and so I got to see one of the nurses go out. And we couldn't go out because it's a HEPA thing, but you actually saw the lady administer the process to a patient in the car. So it's happening all around us every day, unfortunately. I just wanted to share that, though.
Any more?
For you all, I mean, I meant to ask Doug too, but for the police and the fire and the dispatch especially, you all are always answering the calls, hearing the bad stuff.
Yeah.
Y'all are always out there taking the calls and doing the bad stuff. So do y'all have enough support for you all, mentally, health? Does everybody have that support from a source other than EAP, or is there a need for that? Because I think, that's important for the employees to be able to or talk about it and
So-
get help if they need it.
Yeah, we actually, we had an incident a year and a half ago at the hotel. We had 3 officers that, in what we felt like was a situation where we were attempting, and in our opinion, we saved a life, but we had to take a life. We talked with Randy, we've talked with state officials about those type of resources. That's always a moving target for emergency responders. The state has a program that deals with some of that on a peer level, but we also found some counselors also through that process that we dealt with. So, and actually, Randy and Doug, Chief Simpson and I had met a couple of months back and also talked about more of that and, looking at that with our insurance company and stuff like that to make sure that we do have those resources if we have to have a situation like that again.
And that new program that the Danville City Schools just brought to our attention, that's a really inexpensive way to get lots of assistance to people.
Our EAP program is more designed for long-term treatments, but we're looking at 4 or 5 different resources, including the Danville Schools for trauma counseling. Yes, sir. So that's one of our objectives to work on this year. Yes, sir.
Let me go outside of that too. We had talked about before having internally a staff member, the ability to counsel, meaning not just our staff, but as we go to a domestic, for example, we're involving multiple officers. We've debated whether or not, and so I was in an interesting conversation this week with the county where we talked about somewhere in the system, do we end up with a person that can aid in those family emergencies so that we don't tie up, 3 or 4 officers on a scene sometimes where we can just call in somebody. So that's still out there also, and we're still continuing to talk about that. I know it's been a little bit since that was mentioned, but I just want to let you know that I know I'm interrupting that a little bit just to say it, but I want to make sure you understand that that's still in our minds and that we've had conversations this week, the mayor and I did, about that same subject.
And he's already doing it. It's not really connected to the city like it should be, so we can have direct access to it.
I just think it's important,
Yeah.
if we've got to take care of them so they can take care of the citizens. Otherwise,
That's
I mean,
right.
they have a lot on their plates and in their brains. I mean, you've got to help them if they need it, so.
The reason I'm talking about that counselor is because having that position available to support the officer can make it easier on the officer.
Yes.
So that the officer's not having to wade through some of that, some of the emotional trauma that can happen on incidents or domestic care issues or welfare issues. Just that integrates into that same discussion is what my point is.
I actually attended a thing last night from the fire department. They recently lost a member in February, and they had a family counseling come down and put on a little seminar. It was like 3 hours. I think they're also coming to the fire department 3 days next month to do the same seminar. It's huge and very prevalent. PTSD, things like that are becoming more and more in police, fire, and EMS dispatch. We just create our own scene in our mind of what it looks like.
And oftentimes take the blame for it. Don't get-
Well, I was at that conference yesterday and the day before, and a lot of the cities had an internal person that was I don't know if you call them a counselor or that the employees could go to, in those situations. I don't know. A support. Okay.
Good discussion. Anything else about 911 Center? Any other questions or comments? Always say thank you for your outstanding work that all of our first responders continue to do in this community. And a lot of time it goes unseen and goes unnoticed until it's my family. Then I really, really, really appreciate it, so, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Could I take my first time out of the half?
Let's see, what page are
I
we
get
on?
3. That's one.
We're right at page.
Is that,
yeah.
is this a 30-minute timeout or a full timeout?
Oh, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. I'd say yes, sir.
Thank you.
to get your attention, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And we have the legislative department next on the agenda. And that's Ashley Rader and Melanie Crossfield. I'm going to say cross the road again.
Well, I will say mine's not nearly as interesting as everybody else's has been this morning. I just was gonna touch on my top 4 goals for this upcoming year. One of those being creating a cemetery database, a searchable database for the website. Currently, we have a spreadsheet that ends in 2009, and you cannot search that. You have to go through every single burial that we have for both cemeteries. So one of my main goals this year is to create a searchable database for both cemeteries to put on the website, and whether that be staff creating something or implementing some kind of software solution to put that on there. Another big goal are my transparency improvements, expediting the upload of city documents to the website, and kind of reevaluating what we're putting out there. Right now, we do agendas, minutes, and ordinances, but I kind of want to look and see if there's more we can put out there to keep the citizens more informed on what we're doing in the city. And then boards and committees training. We want our committees and boards to be more proactive, and I think a way to do that would to develop a training program. I don't know what that looks like just yet, but I network with a lot of city clerks, so I think reaching out to them and seeing what their cities do to develop some kind of training program for those boards and committees. And then just continued education for myself and my staff. I'm currently working on my 2nd certification for city clerk, and then getting more training for my staff so that if I need to be out, they can back me up or just run day-to-day operations as needed. That's all I have.
I have a question about cemeteries real quick, fellow commissioners. And didn't we take over mowing the cemetery on the west end of town? Yeah. So you mentioned 2. Are we going to do anything with that in terms of?
We don't have the records for that cemetery.
Okay.
That we just took it over to maintain it.
Gotcha.
Not to record
I gotcha.
for that one.
Hadn't been any burials in the last 40, 50 years probably.
Yeah.
It's got former slaves and Civil War veterans, but worth maintaining, but somebody's descendants are buried there, but, yeah.
So, who contacts the person after we nominate them?
I do. I reach out to them. I send
Okay.
emails and let them know, or I copy whoever the chair is so that they can kind of get familiar with that. But I let everyone know once they've been appointed to a board.
Okay.
And Ashley, on this searchable database, how do we keep, and if we do, how do we keep a record of what plots are actually available in the different cemeteries?
So we have several spreadsheets currently, and we have lot holders' books that we still write in. So each time a plot is sold, I go into, Joyce does the paperwork, she drops it off to me, and then I put it in our spreadsheets, and that's how we keep up with what's available.
But there's no way anybody can go and look and see that.
No, not currently, no. They just have to, usually what they do is they contact us, let us know that they want to purchase a plot, and then we set them up to meet with the cemetery sexton, and he shows them what we have available, and they choose from there.
We did GPS all that, didn't we, one time?
I don't know if it was before I was here. I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
guess it was.
It was, yeah.
Well, the reason why I asked that question now, we're currently working with a family, well, really with 2 families, really. Somebody brought 4 plots 10 or 15 years ago. Somebody came in and brought 8 plots, and the 8 overlapped with the 4. And now, one person who's purchased the 8, they've got a family member already buried in one of the ones that were brought by the lady of the 4. So I'm still working on that right now, but we'll talk about that one. So, well, that's really not your department. We'll talk about that one some more, but how to prevent that from happening.
Right.
Okay?
Oh, I had one more question. So I like the idea of the training program for boards and committees. Is there a way, or who would do it, to ensure that each board or department head actually has a training for that person?
I think it would just be the staff liaison that would handle that for those committees. I know like Josh kind of serves as the cemetery beautification liaison. You have Bridget who does parking. So I think it would just kind of fall to that person. I'm the staff liaison for quite a few of them. So I think that would fall to them.
Do you know if they're doing that?
Not currently, no.
Okay, so someone needs to see if they're doing that, and, because training's everything. And I really hope the Parks and Rec Committee members will do some sort of training or tour of facilities. I know P and Z did a great training, but, okay.
Well,
Yeah, I think there's a lot of better ways to do things, so
Right,
I'm
there's-
glad that's
And
getting
that's
started.
just a brainstorm that I have of like trying to develop that. Like I said, I don't know the meats and potatoes to it just yet. It's just something that I would like to look into and kind of start to develop.
And Ashley, you talked about contacting other city clerks, but you also might want to reach out to KLC.
Right.
They might have some neat, stuff. And the thing about the training is that committees versus boards have different scopes of what they can and cannot do, and that's what I think gets messed up at different times. And this used to be a board, and it's a committee, and so I used to do this, but, so we got.
And I know they used to,
Yeah.
I know when you were city clerk, you had a training for chairs and co-chairs. And we've kind of gotten away from that over the last couple of years. So I'd like to start bringing that back too.
Mine's on transparency. The city, a lot of the citizens will say, I can't find things on the website, which that's a whole other issue. But like the minutes I haven't been out there to see, do they upload after they're approved at the meeting?
So we've started doing that recently, again, because they weren't on the new website, so.
Right, and I
Melanie
know
has
she
put
did a lot,
Yeah.
but, yeah, are we keeping them up after, so they go up
I
after?
think we need to scan the last couple of meetings, but that's what I'm talking about, is being better at expediting the upload of
Okay.
those documents.
Okay. And then the cemetery, I think that's 100% needed. I mean,
Right.
everybody should be able to look at that and find things, and that's a whole other
Well, it also,
side.
staff time, people call in here and we have to take time away from other things. Not that not everybody's call is important, but it takes away staff time having to search for, and then they don't necessarily know exactly what they're looking for. They just have a first name and a date of death, and that's all they have. And so that makes it a little more difficult. And so if they have that they can search themselves, it would help tremendously.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking too, just looking at our list. That's not you, but Public Works and Cemetery aren't on the list. Will we hear about that today or on our agenda? Josh is covered. Oh, okay, in engineering? Okay, so I asked the cemetery questions then or whatever.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yes, ma'am, you're next.
Never had to use that clicker. Okay, so I've just listed out some of the communications goals for the coming year. I know that that's been a hot topic during some of our other meetings, and there's definitely a need for improved communications internally and, public-facing communications as well. So I'll just start with improving our online presence. We've talked a lot about the community landing page and keeping our website updated. So that is a process of just seeing what tools are out there that we currently have available that maybe we're not taking advantage of, and also seeing if there's a way that we can maybe update some of those online services. And then, of course, streamlining our social media. The thing with that is we have 9 different social media pages for different departments in the city. And that's a result of people being, attempting to be proactive and really keep the public informed. But it does kind of cause confusion when somebody's looking for something and they don't necessarily know where to go. So there are departments that certainly need to have a public-facing site or a social media presence, but we're going to work on cleaning that up and making sure that we're communicating well internally so that we can get information out there. Another thing, just on top of keeping the website updated, we have access to a lot of online forms that we can create that may reduce phone calls to maybe our utilities or to Jenny or, any of our departments. So looking at how we can use those better. And so people, I know that will relate well to Lee's software updates, just looking at how we can do things online. And then, of course, we already have a lot of things out there. Like the community calendar is really taking off, I think. People are starting to take advantage of it. We're gaining subscribers on that. And then the community needs to be aware that they can get notifications on things like boil water advisories and certain meetings. And then also we do our news posts periodically. And the goal is to make those more frequent. And so people can go online and subscribe to those, and then they get a notification on their email or text message. Secondly, news and information sharing. So, we've kind of done a newsletter in the past, kind of back and forth on that. And really most people in most cities that I've looked at have gone with an e-newsletter. That's not to say that people that don't use email shouldn't be getting information. So we have a fix for that, I think. I think we have a good solution for that. But I'd also like, once the utility software gets rolling, to see if we can maybe get reports on new customers, new people to Danville, and maybe send them a separate email that says, hey, welcome to Danville, here's everything we have for you. Thanks for being here. Then secondly, the community business cards, that was a great suggestion by Donna. We've done the mailers and bill inserts with the utility bills. So we got some good tax when they did the tax information out back in December. But then we've done periodic mailers that have the community calendar on them and some other utility information. But I would like to make those more frequent and change it up a little bit, so that people don't just kind of get used to seeing it and then overlook it. And then press releases and our relationship with local news outlets. I've worked with a few of the reporters, I send them information, and each department kind of has their way of how they handle press releases within their department, and that works okay, but there's a way to streamline that so that we make sure that the news outlets are getting the right information when they need it, and it's not old news or, outdated in any way. Thirdly, community engagement. I don't know if you realize, but I'm excited about special events. So all caps there, special events. I know Bridget and Tony have been working on looking at the special events process, but I personally would like to take an active role in making sure that if you want to have a special event here in Danville, here's the steps that you take, here's who you need to talk to, the documents that you need to provide, and so that that's more accessible on our website, and also I'll be available for that person to kind of walk them through that as well. And making sure that they're taking advantage of our website to share their information. That community calendar is going to grow when we talk more about the community landing page, but right now it's there and they can use it right now. Project tracking, community voice, chat features. We have, with our current website provider, we have some tools that we can activate to keep people more aware of certain looking website and also the most easily navigable website. And then committee activity, I know Ashley just talked about that, but I'll support her in that in any way that I can and make sure that people are aware of the committees, the roles of the committees, and how to get involved. And then resource connection as well. That's one way when we update our website, and then through printed materials that we can make sure that people know what is available to them within the city of Danville and then other organizations that we work with closely. Then on the business development side of things, the newly formed Danville Boyle County Development Corporation, I think they're rocking and rolling. So that's exciting. And so I'd really like to take an active role of collaborating with them, the chamber, tourism, and other organizations to make sure that our businesses that are here in Danville have the resources they need, and not only the resources they need, but the training and education. We have very, very passionate business owners, and they provide great service and community to our city, and just making sure that they have everything they need to be able to do business well in this post-COVID world. And then, the regional economic development conferences and summits, would like to expand that. I think it's been cool to watch Earl take this vision and create a community from it. So definitely want to expand on that. And also, I think as the Development Corporation gets their feet under them, that'll take flight, and we can be fully supportive of that. A business-focused newsletter. So once we get a newsletter rolling for our general public, I'd like to have something a little more business-focused so that they know if there's any changes, and I can become more aware of things that happen state level and federal level that would affect businesses, and then working with other organizations in the community that can support them. And then, of course, online, just making sure that we have a clear process for businesses to get rolling here and who they can go to for help. And then our community gift card program, we have 26 businesses that are participating, and we've had about $300 of purchases on the gift card so far. So, just getting more information out about that and marketing that in a way that people feel like it's a benefit and added value. So I did just kind of give you a few examples. I dropped some hard copies off with Rick a little bit ago, so you can kind of see what I'm talking about if you want to look at them and pass them down or touch them, feel them, whatever. So social media, like I said before, we just need to make sure that things are kind of streamlined. Our Danville logo is our brand. Our DKY logo is our brand, and so it's important that all of our departments are using that in social media, and that all of our posts and information kind of looks the same, feels the same, and we have the correct messaging. The website and landing page, of course, keeping updates, and then looking towards that community landing page and working with other organizations to make that happen. And then responsiveness would be that community chat feature, making sure people know who to reach out to whenever, when they need something. Marketing. So I have an example of, I've looked at a lot of cities and how they do newsletters. I have signed up for their newsletters and get a bunch of them, and this one's kind of a cool one. Because it's not just an update on what your city departments are doing. It's what's happening in the community, not just in City Hall, but what's happening at the park this week. What's something cool that some of your citizens are doing? Because we have a lot of really great things going on in the city, and this would be the one place where you could learn about it. We would hope to do these monthly, but also it'd be a great way to get information out fast if there was something that came up that we needed to share. Printed materials, these have been going out in the water bills periodically. It's kind of rolled out quarterly so far, but working with Erica, we'd like to get more information out and change it up, like I said, every month. And then, of course, working with the local news. Community engagement, special events, yay. And then active committees, and then project tracking. So we are going to look at a few different types of software that may help us to track progress on certain projects, like the streetscape or this wastewater plant. Is that what we call that? Okay. Then business development. Be working with the Development Corporation to come up with a Danville business guide, something specific that people can look at when they're coming to town and they want to start a business here. The business newsletter, and then also getting some education and training, maybe through the small business development. And that's all I got. Questions?
Well, just one comment, not to burden you down with a lot of stuff, because you're going to get overwhelmed by all this good stuff pretty soon. we do press releases for the city of Danville, regardless of what department they come from. It'd be nice if they would all filter through you for your eyes and whatever before they're released. Two things, you correct all of my mistakes, and also it gives it a great format. That people get familiar to see that this is the Danville City's format for press releases. So
Right.
please give that some consideration. In the school business, principals and administrators never put anything out without going through the communications person. Because he or she would always make sure the press release was done professionally.
Yeah, so I think that that's a great, I think we're working towards that. I think we're
Yeah.
getting there. It's been a matter really of me understanding what that means, because I can read something that maybe the police
Sure,
department's
that's
doing,
right.
and I'm like,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't,
right.
I don't know
Yeah.
what this is. So it's been a learning curve, but I think we are getting there. And also with the local news, you'll see maybe some, like the extension office will do a monthly opinion section, but it's interesting stuff, it's fun stuff that, people really care about. So I've reached out to the Advocate Messenger to see if there's a space for us, and maybe we can do a monthly. And I heard that suggestion in one of your last meetings, and it is something that there's been conversations about, but we're trying to figure out where that fits and what's appropriate.
And sometimes the press release has got to happen tonight because it's got to go out
Yeah.
first thing in the morning. I understand that, but
And so that is
once
where,
you get to working together with people, they'll get to understand your format as well.
that's
And
true,
so
yeah.
it'll come to you, and you just have to give a quick eye to it and say, oh, send it out. But
Well, and sometimes like social media is our best friend. I know not everybody uses it, but
Yeah.
really that is the quickest and best way to
Yes.
get information. So I do encourage everyone to follow us on Facebook.
One idea I had that will combine some of those things you had up there is when the streetscape is finished, we have some big old party, shut her down and go
We-
to it, so.
Yes, we're
What's that? Oh,
yeah,
very special.
gonna have a
Have a
party.
street dance. Like,
Reopen Main Street.
remember we had
Yeah.
a street dance? With hay
But
on the
that's,
street.
your plate's full. That's a lot of stuff for a,
Well, and
new
it's not just,
position
it's
and-
not just me. Like these things are already in place. It's just bringing them all together. So there's a lot of
well, you
these things that
you
are
make
already.
that sound easy, but it's,
Well, and things like the streetscape being completed and things like that, like, we have a lot to celebrate, and that's some of the things that need to be communicated as well, so.
I think working together with tourism and all of the groups, like we said before, that if there's one central site that everything could sort of flow through, it would help too, to look like we're unified and get all the information out there we can. So,
Oh, did you see? Okay, so some of the materials that are passed around, you've got an example of the newsletter, just so you can see kind of what the different stories are. I know it was hard to see on the screen. The bill inserts, we've had 2 go out that look like that, like the calendar. And then, Donna, you had suggested, yes, like the little business cards that we can give to different businesses. Don't scan that QR code, it's a fake. It's just an example.
That explains
Actually, it
that.
goes to the community gift card page. But that would be an example of what that could look like. And you're right, those could be in our banks, the library, even schools, that could be anywhere. So that's just some examples of things we can do and are doing or can continue to do.
I would like to make note that Donna had a good idea. I think that's,
Is that lots? Yeah, lots of them.
no, that's a really, really good idea. I haven't seen that before.
Let me say, I want to give her credit, and she deals with me, my ADD, and so I'll throw something.
Man.
out
Somebody
for
talking
those
about
of you that have worked.
That's not even up there.
Add that as a bullet point. And I appreciate her endeavor. She's a runner. She, and y'all know what I'm referring to.
Mhm.
She's a runner. She's pulling the bus forward with a lot of other staff too. But, and the initiatives she's taking have been talked about for a long time, and I'm hoping that it starts to accomplish and trend us in a direction where the community can see us being cooler as a community and being out there and what we do
Yeah.
to be cool and all that stuff. But we need to be, we're trying to influence the region in a healthy way, so that people understand that we are a thriving community those things, which are all true. And sometimes we beat ourselves up, and we would, we want her to influence that outward, so people start looking at themselves differently too. I hope that makes sense. See the correlation.
It'll be safe for her to walk back down Main Street pretty soon.
I've had nothing but good things said about
That's very
family. It's,
I saw her, I was up there, she's walking up, and she's not shying away from walking up down the street, and I give her credit for that.
Well, and that was another bullet point I didn't really touch on. I've created I have a good relationship with some of the business downtown, but I'd also like to reach out. There's a lot that I just haven't gotten to touch yet. There's a lot of people that I haven't got to meet yet, so that's gonna be moving forward, reaching out to all those businesses, home-based businesses, and, I will say a lot of this web stuff, it does take time. It takes a lot of time. There's development. I mean, if we were to redo our entire website and we would work with a developer, that could take a full year to actually build a brand new site. And that's why we are looking at those options. Like, what do we have available and what does that look like moving forward, and what's the best avenue for updating everything and getting it going. So it does take a little bit of time, and there's a cost associated with that. So, but we'll get there.
But what's happening in Danville really means it's what's happening in Boyle County.
Right.
And that's a nice list of things that just constantly changing, so. People can't come to me and say, well, there's nothing happening around town. I said, well, look at my phone right here, So that's a major step forward in itself, I think, getting everybody's events.
Yeah, and I think Kendall at the CBB has done a great job, and just even if the landing page eventually connects to that and ties it all together, that's going to be,
Yeah, and that landing page would
key.
certainly, it wouldn't just connect to that. It would take myself, Earl, Kendall, Jeff, all of the different organizations to actually build it to begin with. So those are conversations we're having right now, and we'll bring something to you soon.
great. Looking forward to it.
But just going to the city social media and be able to hit on events in Danville. And if everybody's connected, then we see everything. Like the Lions Club had a meeting last night. Center had their rice presentations all day yesterday. There was a concert at Center, well, not a concert, a convocation center last night. So, and then there was Thursday downtown. So just in that one night, there were 5 choices I had. I went to Center because they were doing the Atkins Scholars thing last night, so I sort of had to be there, but there's 5 things on that one night but there's nothing happening in Danville, So that's a major improvement. I'll get off of that. Gonna help.
Getting that together will probably take time. Kendall, Hay and I talked some time ago, and so if you go to Destination Danville, you can find out live music around town.
Yeah.
And it's taken a while for people to figure that out, but they found it out. And so there's a lot of music around here.
Yeah, so
Just like
and that
other
is one thing
activities.
that landing page will accomplish is Kendall tourism has their events calendar, and it is a lot of live music, a lot of things that are happening, maybe within our local businesses, and then our community calendar. Lots of people are using it now. We have lots of different organizations that submit events. Mostly they're just community-based organizations, like the Extension Office, the Arts Center, but they are using it, and that's good. But if we can bring those together so that you can see literally everything, and so that's a good partnership to form there.
Any other questions? Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
I have one comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I liked how you were focusing on all businesses and, not just downtown, which is that's very important. So, I just wanted to say thank you. A lot of the business owners, elsewhere in town have been very excited about being able to participate in things.
Great.
So,
Well, and
thank you.
I do want to encourage, just here for the public, if they have a business outside of downtown, if I haven't met you yet, just call, reach out. Because we have a lot of, like I said, home-based businesses. We have farmers market. Like, we have people everywhere, and they're all doing great things. And so it's it's hard to get to everybody, but I would love to meet as many as possible and see what we can do to help.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Randy Boyd, you're next. And it's
3 minutes?
20 after 11. I sent a text to Ashley earlier this morning and said, should I limit these department heads to 3 minutes? And she just laughed at me.
Ashley's would have done it. You were right.
She didn't want to ring that bell, that's for sure. But Randy, you stand between the commission and lunch.
No pressure,
No
right?
pressure, right?
All right.
Just kidding.
I can always go to the end if you need me to.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So just for the general public's knowledge, my name's Randy Boyd. I'm the HR director with the city. I apologize, I should have included this in our presentation, but just a quick overview of the function of the HR department. We are a department of two. We have myself, and then we have our HR clerk, who is Haley Donahue. The functions for our department, really, there's 7 primary functions that we handle, really all the HR disciplines for the city, which is talent acquisition, compensation management, training development, risk management, safety, policy administration, legal compliance, of course, employee relations, and then benefits administration. So there's quite a pretty broad base of disciplines that we administer, and so just want to kind of highlight those things. And so we're just going to talk real quick about kind of what we did in fiscal year '22, and then kind of go into what we've done this year that has been completed, what's ongoing, and of course what our goals are as we go into 2024. So in 2022 was a big year for us. We implemented a new software system, which was Paylocity. That program has really, and it's interesting because when you talk about software, how you can use that to manage your organization, your workforce, it really helped us do more employee engagement when it comes to communication, such as things like policies, documents, et cetera. Just more transparency to the employees with their compensation and overall personnel files. And of course, it helped us streamline payroll, time and labor, and our tax filings. And then we also implemented a new recruiting program that's really helped us streamline recruitment, which obviously, big conversation point with a lot of the managers this morning is staffing, and so that plays a big role into that. So going into 23, this is obviously, and I should have mentioned 22 was one of our biggest initiatives, probably the biggest initiative was that we implemented the first year of the compensation plan that we laid out through our 2020 study. 23, of course, we were fortunate enough to implement year 2 of that plan, which we've got the compensation plan we'll talk about as we go into year 3 here shortly. Also with that, we restructured our compensation system to make it more aligned with the job titles and those particular functions, and so that was a really big project for us. Of course, we also revised our healthcare strategy. That was this year, we went with a new broker with Johnson & Pullman. They've been fantastic to work with. They've been really engaged with not only myself, but also our employee members. And it's also helped us do a lot, bring value to the health plan and also help us with cost containment. And we talked about that already through our healthcare renewals earlier this year. Performance management was another thing that we really implemented. We went to an online performance management program. We rolled that out, I think it was back in October. And that really helps the manager and the employee be transparent when we talk about career development. It helps with goal setting. It really helps them do that career mapping. And we've talked a lot about, as we go forward the next few years, we've got a lot of retirements looming. So succession planning and career mapping is very important to us. It's actually really critical. That's one of the things over the next 2 years we're really going to have to really, increase. And that performance management platform is going to help with that, with the manager and the employee. And then, of course, we did a lot of our policy revisions with employee benefits last year. We changed our vacation sick leave program, holiday program, and our retirement benefit program. And that really, and a driving force behind that was obviously being, distinguish us in the labor market. Obviously with the tight labor market, as they call right now, everybody's probably heard the term, the great resignation. That's kind of what we're dealing with. So we've got to continue to adapt and retain good folks, and not only retain, but also set ourselves up for future recruitment as well. So that was a big driving force behind that. And as far as ongoing, initiatives, these are two things that we're hoping that were goals that we'd set this year that we're still continuing to work through. Legal updates, I know I've mentioned this earlier, we're working with Sturgill Turner on just going through and doing a legal review of a lot of our policies. One of the most critical ones on that list is probably our drug and alcohol policy and FMLA. And so we hope to have those all completed by the end of this fiscal year, which was our initial goal to begin with. And then I want to take a minute and talk about our learning management system, because there's been a lot of conversations this morning about training and development, and that's one of been our big initiatives. We purchased a new learning management platform that integrates with Paylocity. We actually just recently purchased a robust list of safety trainings, and so it's going to go beyond that. So one of the things, our goal for our department is structure that, not only safety training, diversity, equity training, harassment. There's been a lot of conversations, good conversations this morning about like CPR training and different things. So we really hope to utilize a combination of these resources for online and in-person training. Because a lot of times when you get to different trainings, it's hard to capture the workforce during daily operations. And so this is going to give us a lot more flexibility and a lot more, a better ability to track these trainings on an annualized basis. And so this is pretty fluid. And so we're going to be working really diligently over the back half of this year on trying to get that structured, rolled out to staff, and then continue to update it as the environmental factors change. Okay. Now, going into 24, we've got obviously really 7 big strategic goals for our department. Obviously, one of those is the 3rd year of the compensation plan, which we'll kind of do a deep dive into that here in just a few minutes. And another one is establishment of a community health clinic. Earl knows a lot about this because I've talked to him quite a bit about this over the last probably, 6 months. What this is really, it's twofold. One, we're wanting to work with a lot of community partners. We've had a lot of conversations with some community partners, potential community partners over the last probably couple months. We've been working diligently with the county and a couple other potential private employers to go into this program. And what this will do, basically, there's a lot of thought that has to go into it. There's a lot of cost analysis, but it is, our hope is that we can bring a standalone community clinic that will help drive down some of our healthcare costs, increase value and serviceability to our employees, but also use it as a piece of economic development. And what I mean by that is when you're looking at prospective employers, obviously one of the things they look for is, obviously the quality of the workforce, but also what does the healthcare system look like in this area? And I think this is going to be just a piece that we can help support with economic development if this comes to fruition. But like I said, there's a lot that's going to go into that. There's a lot of cost analysis depending on potential partners, or you've got to think about the infrastructure of the clinic, serviceability, staffing. So we are diligently working into that, but it's going to be a long-term project, and we hope to continue to push through that this year. Okay. And then, of course, another big piece that we're working on, and I don't really know how this is going to play out just yet, but a college co-op program. I mentioned earlier succession planning. We've had some conversations with BCTC, trying to partner with them, and just trying to capture the college student before they come out of college, building that relationship with them. Basically, what you're doing is you're branding the city as a prospective employer that they want to seek out once they graduate college. We've talked a lot about utilities. Utilities is one of the biggest areas that's probably critical for us, and we're hoping this program will help pull in staffing into not just utilities, but every area, of course. And then, we're going to look at doing more behavioral-based testing. And what I mean by that, and I've used that program in the past and it works well, is when you have good candidates, they may look good on paper, they may have all the skill sets, education, but do their behavioral characteristics fit your organizational culture? Not only from, like things like attendance, punctuality, teamwork. A resume doesn't tell you everything, nor does an interview. And so that's one of probably our next progressive step as we screen out candidates. And I feel like, when you look at the culture of the city, it's when we hire folks, we do that to make sure they fit the mold here. And I think that is working. It can always be improved upon. And you see that, we have a pretty good team dynamic, especially among the management team. And this will hopefully want to trickle all this down to, every position in the city. And then, of course, another thing that we're going to work on this year is doing Fair Labor Standards Act. That's called a duties test. And what that is basically you go through and you look at all of your job classifications and make sure they meet the definition of what should be defined as what's exempt versus non-exempt. It's not that the city's structure is not correct. It's just that the Department of Labor has revised their classification guidelines. And so they just did that, I think, in 21. And so we want to go through and we're going to work with Sturgill Turner and just make sure that's classified correctly. Because one of the key things in that is that Department of Labor has changed what's called the salary threshold, which means they've raised that to 35,000, meaning no job below 35,000 can be classified as exempt. And so we want to make sure that we're just compliant. And that's just going to help us with compensation because we definitely we got to make sure that we don't take away overtime rights for those positions that, should be classified as non-exempt. Okay. And then, of course, as far as for staff, I just, for our department, like I said, we have myself. I've got Haley Donahue, our HR clerk. I just want to give a shout out to her. She's been a really big asset to our department. She was new to the field, but she's adapted well, and I think our staff enjoys working with her. She's very pleasant to work with. She's good to communicate with employees, and I think that's helped us build that transparency. And then, as we go into the future, not this year, but probably in the future, I'd like to see an addition, especially as we grow with our workforce, is adding an additional position to our department. Probably wouldn't be in this year, but next year. And what I'd like to see is that position kind of be of a blended generalist position that supports our training, because training, and then our safety program, because that is those two functions are really critically needed, and they're really full-time job duties in and of themselves. And then, of course, cross-train to support the HR clerk and their duties as well, and vice versa. But again, that's looking just beyond until the next year. So that's really where we're at in our department. So if you have any questions.
Randy, I think the mayor mentioned it. We were at what did they call it thing yesterday? Yes. Yes, that's it. And one of the things that our group talked about was second chance employers. Is that something we do? Is that a conscious effort? I'm not sure. I know what it pertains to, like people who've gotten out of jail or who are in recovery. And
Yeah, Commissioner Call, that's a good point, because really, the kind of legal term on that is fair chance hiring is what you're referring to. Yeah, I think that is something as a public entity, I think that is something that a lot of employers are trying to adapt to, because there's a balance there too with it. You want to make sure that you can help people get back in the workforce, but also at the same time mitigate your risk for certain jobs, And so I think there's a merit there that we could support that, whether that's internally or helping other, community partners figure that out for their workforce too, because that's another area we want to do a better job is right now we're focused obviously a lot internally with our workforce.
Sure.
But we would like to be an external community partner with other employers, just kind of, whether it's support them in functions, consultation, maybe for those that, smaller businesses that don't have an HR function, but they need that support. That's probably one of those areas that we could really service the community in. Now, for us as a city, that it would take a lot of analytics. You'd really have to look at it by job class and make sure you mitigate your risk. But I think that is a driving movement, because obviously when you talk about employees, obviously every new applicant has to go through pre-employment drug screenings. They got to go through a criminal background check. The background check screening, obviously is contingent on the necessities of that particular job. The EOC has pretty strict guidelines too on how you manage background checks, because it says it has to be job related. And so I think that's something we can definitely have continuing conversations on, but there needs to be a lot of thought into that. But I think it's something we should definitely try to pursue to support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. All right. So I think that's everything we have on our general department. I should have forgot to mention, this is just some of the budget impact items that we have for the coming year's budget. So consultants, we are requesting an increase of our consulting line item of $14,000. That's for additional HR consultants to support us with compensation as we go forward to maintain, our market competitiveness, which I'll kind of dive into that a little bit more on the comp plan. And just increase in our electronic infos budget line item by $4,000. That's just adjust for our increase in payroll for our HRS system. Because as we increase pay, our payroll processing fee goes up because it's based on a per member rate. And then just, we are looking at, and Ashley and I looked at this, and Melanie too, is that we are requesting drop our staff education development line item. We had it set at $20,000. We haven't utilized that. Obviously, we've already invested in the LMS system I mentioned. We're not taking away money towards staffing. It's just for the last four or 5 years, we've had an excess of funds in there that we feel like we had over budgeted for. So we're just asking to drop that by $8,000. And again, some of that will be offset from what we've invested through our HRS learning system. But again, it doesn't take away the in-person training. We still have plenty of funds to support that. Okay. All right. So that's everything I have on the general HR department. Unless you have any questions, we can go ahead and move over to compensation if you like. Okay. Let's see. All right, so this is the fun, long conversation, but we'll try to get through this as quickly as we can. I've tried to make this graph as much as this data to make it. So we're going to kind of talk about it in 5 parts and compartmentalize it that way. So as far as the study strategy, we all know the labor market's challenging. We've seen a rising inflation rate over the last couple of years, well, really the last probably 12 to 18 months. And so as we looked at that, we thought, well, our original plan that we did in 2020, we needed to kind of hit the reset button and take another look at that. And so what we did is we went back and wanted to do an updated compensation study and compare it against our original third-year plan to see how that varies. Because obviously, it goes without saying, we pretty much started over, which starting over in a progressive manner, not regressing. I should probably clarify that. And so we had Hannah Resource Group conduct the study for us. And then, of course, we wanted to evaluate those study results against the third-year plan to see what adjustments need to be made. And then, obviously, we want to continue to focus on maintaining competitive pay. You've talked about both, Chief Gray, Chief Simpson, public safety, how important that is. Not just public safety, but, you can see that we are in a wage war, essentially. And so we got to continue to adapt and stay fluid in the market. Okay. So this is just a quick overview of what our current workforce statistics look like. Right now for fiscal year 23, we've got 173 authorized positions. You can see in public safety, you've got 39 certified police, 30 in fire, and 14 in certified dispatchers. And then you've got 33 positions in municipal utilities, and then non-hazardous makes up the other portion with 90 employees. And this is your and I should clarify, this is full-time statistics, not your part-time staff. These are a couple of key things to take note of as we present the compensation that's going to impact the budget this year. CRS rates, for the last probably the last 3 years, we've seen an increase in CRS rates. For fiscal year 24, they are going down. Obviously, non-hazardous is seeing a 3.45% drop. Hazardous duties is seeing a 5.9% drop. Hazardous is really where we saw a major budget impact over the last couple of years because it went up 5% year over year the last 2 fiscal years. So, but when you talk about payroll liabilities, that is one area we just caution on that we can't really plan for that budget-wise in payroll long-term liability because it's a variable cost. It may go down this year, just like healthcare, but it could go back up in years, in the following years. So it's kind of one of those areas that it helps us in this current budget, but of course we don't know what the rates will be year over year. And so that's just something to consider. The Department of Local Government's COLA rates, this is really telling of what you're seeing in the market. Obviously, we all know what we're dealing with inflation. You can see in fiscal year '22, the COLA rate was 1.4%. '23, it jumped to 7, and for '24, it's still going up another 6.5%. So that's a 13.5% jump year over year for the last 2 years, which is pretty astronomical when you look at the economy as a whole. And then when we talk about personnel structure, and I wanted to emphasize what really comes out of your personnel budget, because this really impacts how we talk about the study, how we analyze the compensation plan. When we look at our budget, personnel budget for the city, these are all the things that's encompassing. Your base salaries, overtime, part-time salaries, you've got incentives, you've got your payroll taxes, obviously your health care, and your retirement contributions come out of those personnel budget line items. Now, when we talk about salary increases, we're looking at what we call base salary. All these other items in here, we budget for them, but they are variable costs, things like overtime. Obviously a department may budget. I'll just use the police department as a good example. You may budget for, $50,000 in overtime, but you never know what's going to happen. That's unplanned. So those are things all to consider, that those variable costs exist within your personnel that are kind of distinct and separate from the base salary conversation we're going to kind of dive into. Okay. And so as far as the compensation study results, so we'll move into that. So the Hanna Group used 3 primary sources for their data. They used that the same as what they did in 2020, which is Comp Analyst, ERI, and then of course they use the KLC 2022 wage study. Comp Analyst and ERI, they have a combination of a lot of different data sources that's compiled together, private, public sector, and you can really do a deep dive into those specific job classes when you're looking at those, which is one of the reasons it's a good resource to have a consultant, because they have access to some of those data sources that the city may not. Study identified that most job classes, and this is pretty well known, we kind of knew this going into it, but we didn't have the data to support it, that pretty much all your job classes were under market for fiscal year '24 compared to what our current salary bands are. Really, there were 4 job classes in there that they identified that should probably be moved up a grade just based on the value of those jobs in the market. And so as we go into each year, we'll always update our compensation plan, look at our grading system, make sure it makes sense because that all has to be factored into it. And I should just reemphasize too, when we talk about salaries, one of the things that's so important, and Earl's told me talk about this a lot, is that it's not just about salaries, it's about pay equity. You've got to make sure your system makes sense. It's equitable, meaning equal pay for equal work. And what I mean by that is, like, if you got two 10-year officers, they should be having the same base salary. Their delineation is training incentives and things of that nature. And so that's one of the things that we're really focused on, make sure we maintain that pay equity in our organization. And then, of course, with the study, you're going to have new recommended grades, minimum, maximum. And then when the study was completed, basically the numbers are pretty straightforward. It says the city was under market almost $1.5 million in base salaries, which is an average adjustment of 17% across the board, okay, that's a significant amount of money. And again, that's just base salary. That's not your total personnel with all those other factors that we discussed. So as far as recommendations, myself and Earl, we looked at this really diligently. $1.5 million is a lot of money. Don't feel like that is the right step to take that at all in 1 year, just because we don't know what those economic factors are going to look like. You don't know what your health care is going to look like year over year, your CRS rates. Obviously, and Lee can speak to this better than I can, but what the city revenues are going to look like. So our goal is to make sure that personnel liability can be maintained long-term, because it's not a one-time expense. Like when you talk about a capital infrastructure, you're spending that money up front one time, but payroll liability is infinite, right? So that's why we look at that from that standpoint. And so what we're recommending is doing a 2-phase approach. So for year 1, we're recommending implementing a portion of that, which is roughly just a little over half of it. And I'll explain why it's not a complete 50% divide here in just a second. Is that $805,000 in base salaries for year 1 is what we're recommending. Obviously, year 2 would be $659,000, assuming the budget can support it with all the other economic variables that come into play.
course, the pay structure, what we would recommend is where the Hannah Group recommended increase in jobs to, a finite number on the minimum, maximum scale, that we would basically bring it up half this year on that compensation scale and then bring it up half the next year if the budget supports it. Now, average market adjustment, of course, each job class is different because the job market says a job needs to be here, the city's current pay is here, so every job is different. But one of our goals was we wanted to ensure that each job class got at least the minimum COLA of 6.5%, which is why you see a little bit more for year one as opposed to year two. And so that was our goal, which means there was, I think, about 49 jobs that would have been under 6.5%. So we wanted to make sure that that minimum was for this year. So essentially, some of those jobs, we want to bring them up a little bit quicker in year one, which means they get a bigger adjustment year one as opposed to year two. But what it does do is ensures that those job classifications stay pace with the COLA that you're seeing in the market right now. Okay. Then, as far as actual data, what that's going to look like, so.
Go back to that too and say.
Yep.
You would logically expect, looking at some of the economic factors that's been shared through KLC at a couple of places I've been at, the COLA next year theoretically should be lower than 6.5%, you would think, looking at certain factors. And so then that way your phase two would align probably with that COLA. That's what you're projecting. That's what your goal is. I hope that makes sense a little bit. Yeah. So you're front loading to keep up with the COLA this year, but then next year it should align with the COLA that's being projected to us anyway, to me at this time.
Yep. Yeah, and so that's well said, Earl, because it's, we're trying to just adapt to this year's market and just make sure that no job class falls behind in the current scale we're in. And again, it's, as we would do this, we would have to build in the compensation scale, and the plans every year would change and update to reflect what actions the city would take with adjustments. So now that's an overview of the strategy. Now looking at hard numbers, you can see this is your personnel budget from 22 all the way through the current one. If you look at the current fiscal year 24 budget, it is a slight decrease over last year. That's offset by the reduction in retirement rates. One thing too, though, is we also have to keep in mind we've added a lot of staff in fiscal year 21, 22. We did increase our headcounts, and so that does obviously drive your base budget up too. So if you did, the bar there in pink is what your budget would look like, personnel budget, which is a little over $20 million if you did the full adjustment this year. If you did the phase one, it would be a little over 19 million compared to the base budget, which is right at 18 million. So you're looking at about roughly $1 million total increase in your personnel budget if you implemented phase one of the plan this year. This is what the variance looks like. So this may be a little bit more clearer picture. So this is your 22-23 budget variance. It went up, about a little over $1 million. If you did no action, your budget, personnel budget is going to drop by roughly $165,000 from last year. Again, if you go up, you can see if you did the full amount, you can see it's a significant number, which is why we're only recommending implementing a portion of it, because it's, it would be nice to implement it all now, but I don't feel like economically that's the right strategy because there's still a lot of unknown variables. And again, you want to ensure that payroll liability is sustainable, long term. And then this is going back, the compensation adjustments, and this is base salary, what the city's done over the last 2 years, plus what we were recommending for year three. You can see that's base salary, roughly lower 500,000. Year one, 600, well, I think it's about 650,000 there. And again, and part of that factor is why you see that from fiscal year 22 to 23's increase was because we did also add staff. We also took some actions in our communication center with the adjustments there. So that's one of the reasons you see an increase from year one to year two. And then, of course, you can see the amount, that 800,000 I mentioned earlier is what your base salary adjustment would be if you implement that
our recommendation for this year. And then this is, right here is a breakdown of what your personnel costs, your total personnel costs would look like with the recommended changes. You can see on the pie chart, 51% of your salaries is base salary, which is expected. You can see your variable cost makes up 27% of your personnel budget, and those are the things I mentioned, like healthcare, overtime, your CRS rates. Well, actually, I've got those split out separately, but your variable cost is really those factors that you got to consider as you strategize, because those are unknown quantities year over year. Okay. And then, of course, this, if you did with the recommended changes, this is where the city would be investing its compensation by sector. Obviously, you can see there's a big investment in police and fire, which is understandable, especially considering the number of employees we have in both those departments. You've got communications on there. We invested heavily in communications last year. I think those changes have served us well to where we've got communications fully staffed at the moment, and we're pretty stabilized. And then, of course, you've got a big investment in utilities as well. And then, of course, your non-hazardous makes up the other group of all your other city departments. And then this is just a breakdown of what your base payroll would look like by department. And just obviously, again, fire and police sticks out because they're the largest when it comes to employee headcount. And you can just kind of see this is how much base personnel you're paying. And again, this is base personnel without any of those variables such as overtime, incentive pays factoring. It's just solely what the employees' base salaries are by department. Okay. Then going into 25 and beyond, I've already hit on that. You know, obviously our goal would be to try to analyze the budget to see if we could implement, if the commission approves phase one or whatever you choose to do, if we go that direction, we would work on next year and do an analysis for the second phase to see if it's sustainable. And then continue to evaluate job structures and organizational structure. This is really important. I know Earl's talked quite a bit about it. We need to make sure that our compensation structure always aligns with what those job functions are, making sure they make sense within the hierarchy of the organization. That's really important too, because one of the things we want to avoid is, I don't know if you guys ever heard the term pay compression, but basically what that is we want to make sure that our bands aren't too compressed together, meaning when you get promoted from one job to another, there's enough of adjustment there to incentivize the employee to want to grow in the organization. And then, of course, just continue to do our, stay on top of this at least every 2 years. Normally, in a normal market, doing a compensation study every 2 years is about right, but the last couple of years has just been anomalies. We know those are the exception as opposed to the norm. But again, our goal is to keep pace with that, because what we want to do is we don't want to kind of go back and try to have a big gap to fill. You know, you don't want to sit compliant for, say, 5 years and then realize you've got a big gap in compensation to fill. And you want to keep your workforce retention high, because I think right now, you know, we've been pretty fortunate as a city. We've got a fantastic workforce, fantastic department heads, you know, and really our goal is, at least for our department, is to be number one of the best employers in Kentucky, an employer of choice. And I feel like, and that's only going to serve the community by the quality of workforce you get. And this is just a big portion of how we achieve that goal. Okay.
Let's go back a few slides.
Sir.
Fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 24, personnel budget variance. I think it's like 4 or 5
Okay.
slides.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
The one that's below the line is that we did no additional investment of money. That's what would happen this year.
It would, yes. The budget would be slightly, it's relatively break even in the grand scheme of things, but it's, you know, pretty much flat. But I mean, 165,000 less if you did no action, and a big driving force is that your retirement rates went down.
And that would be just basically everybody getting another year of experience,
No, that's actually if you left the salaries flat the way they are now. Like if you did no action, the budget would go down because of those retirement rates dropping.
Oh,
Yeah.
we have more employees now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
About the retirement.
Yeah. I mean, the hazardous rate dropping 6%. I mean, that was a big.
Hazardous went down.
That's a big number, yeah. Because the hazardous dropping 6%. I mean, that's roughly 70 employees that impacts. So.
So our investment in that 2022 fiscal year variance, go down by $165,000, we did zero this year.
Correct.
And if we do the total recommendation, be $2 million.
Yes,
And then if we take the staff recommendation, it'd be
Million.
1.1 million.
yes, correct.
And the other one I had a problem. Personnel cost by type. Ours are all leave, you got like different colors. You start with 27%. That, I guess, now go back one more.
This one? Or
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
the second?
And start with the purple, 27%. I can't tell what job category that is.
Oh, that was your 911 center, so you've got, you've got police and fire. Police is in red.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, fire's there, then 911, and then you have utilities, and then non-hazardous is your investment in all your other departments.
Non-hazardous is the 641?
2.6.
Yeah, 2.6.
2.6 is not hazardous. Okay.
Yeah, and this is, and that number is your base payroll, like your fixed base payroll salaries, not your total payroll line, personnel costs for that department.
Okay, thank you.
So I assume all of this has been shared with the department heads, and they're on,
I don't know that, we will.
We haven't really done a deep dive with the department heads
Okay.
yet. No, not yet.
I wanted to do that, but I got into the KLC thing, because we wanted to make sure we were on schedule for that. So we'll go through, the department heads have seen this level. Randy will meet with them directly and demonstrate how it affects them and their individual employees.
okay, that's right. That's what
Yes.
I want to make sure that they are on board with your recommendations.
Yeah, and Commissioner Peake, that's a good question. I will say, what we did the last 2 years is we did just that. We would do the top line, budget analysis here, and then we do a deep dive with each of the department heads on their staff, because we want to make sure that the hierarchy is correct and make sure
Right.
everybody's classed right. I will say this, though, as we got into the study, when we were looking at some of the jobs and how they should be classified as far as in the hierarchy of the department, I did meet with a lot of the department heads. I know I met with Doug and Tony and Marshall. I had a lot of conversations, just make sure that where those jobs need to be classified, because management decisions come into this compensation, not just solely numbers. It has to make sense organizationally too. So some of those conversations I've already had. But yes, we'll do a final salary review with every department head. We've done that the last 2 years, because you do have to have their input into
Right,
this.
because they run the departments, so they have to have I think it has to be everybody
Yes.
working together.
Yeah, it is, correct.
Pay has to influence their ability to manage, and then therefore, the pay can be a disincentive to good management if it's not handled correctly. And so what we try to do is acknowledge that and allow the department head then to have that final interaction. So when we're looking at it with us, we're looking at it at the department level. So the total investment, for example, into PD is X. And so then we want to make sure that the police department have a chance to influence.
Right.
And make sure that we're not unintentionally demotivating or de-incentivizing officers to do X or Y as they're assigned in their roles, right?
Yeah.
So I hope that makes sense.
Communication and the transparency with the department heads, because they run the departments. so
Correct,
that They
correct.
have their say, yeah.
Well, and it's also, it's also important transparency with the employees to understand the methodology behind the compensation. And we've tried to do that, the last couple of years, just go around and do department, like town hall meetings, just say, okay, this is our strategy, this is how the methodology come about. Because it's important that the employees understand we're trying to do this, it's systematic, it's equitable, and I think it's important that all employees really understand. They may not need to know the exact numbers at that time until we know what their actual individual salaries are, but they do need to understand how that process for the compensation works too.
I agree.
And I think individual employees, myself included, if you tell me next year I'm going to get a 1% raise, or if I'm going to get a 6.5% raise, those are the two things I want to know. If I'm not going to get a raise at all,
Yeah.
I'll figure out the amount later on, but the incentive to me is that at this stage in the planning, that we're looking at giving us 6%, 6.5%, 5% salary increase across the board. We're not going to approve it today, but at least that's what our discussion is, and you all would get verification that that's quote unquote okay with the department heads. But as I go down the line, the individual staff people, they're probably not gonna have that much input because that just involves too much of the muck.
When we put together a draft operating budget, so next week's presentation will show you how these costs integrate in each department
Sure.
and what it means within the operational budget of each department. So the presentation next week will be more around the totality of the numbers for each department. You'll see potentially individual line items. We may not put those up on the screen, but we'll make those available like we did last time, right? So that you'll see those. But if you put them up on the screen, you spend too much time. I mean, you'll start talking about things you have no real benefit of talking about, right?
And the department heads, and you guys have to make sure that each individual
Right.
employee is gonna be included in whatever the increases are.
Right.
gonna be.
And they know not the day of the budget passing, you know,
Yeah.
so they,
Yeah.
not waiting like, oh my gosh, what is it?
Right.
That they
Well-
hear it.
The good thing, the good thing with just doing the compensation study, employees see a trend with what direction they're going.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, which can add to a lot of confidence in just their day.
Well, and it's also to reemphasize to the employees to make sure that they have trust in the organization they work for is that this compensation study, the data, we're not generating, Earl and I are not sitting here coming up with the data. The study's driving the data. And then when we look at the data, we're not looking at individual employee names. You look at a job class. And then, so if a certain group of employees fill that job class, well, that job class market says it needs to be here. That's what drives their compensation. So it's systematic. And that's important for employees to understand as well.
Any other questions for Mr. Boyd? Randy, thanks again, because very complicated issue, and you have made us somewhat understand it first time out of the chute, so that's good.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for the feedback. It's much appreciated.
Well, and with that said, the chair would entertain a motion to break for 2 hours for lunch.
Do you have to move for a break?
Well, we have, we are gonna take a recess, I guess, for 35 minutes. Did you do that by motion, or is that just understood?
No, let's just take a recess, just like we will.
All right, okay. All right.
Kevin's getting us 30 minutes.
Lunch is in the conference room, everybody's name is on it.
Miss Ashley, do you have that letter? Okay, guys, I've gotten a letter I actually not got you on the clock, so be careful now.
I guess I'll introduce myself to you. I'm Josh Morgan. I'm the city engineer. This week, the engineering department, but this includes public works, stormwater, cemeteries. I tried to do it a little bit different this year. Instead of just kind of doing a broad overview, I took the KLC strategic plan that you all have been working on, and I tried to, I went through a two-step process to review that and create a list of projects for fiscal year '24. First, I reviewed, you all had a list of long-term priorities, short-term goals, and direct budget impacts. And I went through those and I asked the questions of how the engineering departments could help move those items forward. So the first step I did is I identified initiatives to achieve those goals. Went through each item that you all had listed. I didn't want to put all that on this slideshow because that was, it's like a 5-page text document. So I did some examples. I looked at, you all said safe sidewalks. Said, okay, we need to connect our corridor gaps that we have now. We need to look at our sidewalk maintenance ordinance. We need to look at school zone improvements. It's something I've had in my head for a couple of years now I want to prioritize. Jenny Rogers, steering committee, strategic plan, grand opening of Jenny Rogers, just kind of like we talked about with the grand opening of the streetscape earlier. You all were saying let's have a big party to do a grand opening. And then housing. There's a lot of items that could go into housing that we could look at as an engineering department to help move those forward. So that gets us to I came up with 64 unique projects for fiscal year '24. And then I identified 22 of those as operational, as an impact to the operational budget. The remaining 42 were, capital projects, grant-funded projects, funded by municipal road aid, those kind of items that we kind of look at separately that aren't impacting our operational general budget. So when I went through you all had 7 short-term goals from the strategic plan. So I put these projects under the category I thought they fell within. And then I put a price beside them if I thought this was it was an actual monetary impact to the budget. Some of them don't have dollars amounts next to them. Those are more just time, staff time, hard to quantify. But yeah, I thought we'd go through these 22 projects that we're going to try to work on this year. And you'll see, when you look at the actual budget numbers and we start presenting those in the future, they should reflect some increases based on some of these prioritizations. So regionalism, these are not budget items, just staff time that we want to work on, is organize a regional housing task force. We kind of started that conversation at the economic symposium that we had, the regional one. And just get a group of people together that are interested in that. I think you're looking at your planning zoning officials, city officials, county officials. How do we, as a region, bring more housing into this area? And then expand the trail master plan to surrounding counties. We've been looking at the trail master plan lately with the Trails Alliance. Especially when you start talking about cycling, that is not limited by county lines in any way. That's those loops. They have 100-mile loops and 50-mile loops. And so you've kind of got to expand that mindset outside of a county boundary. Economic development. So several items really all of these things could fall under economic development when you kind of step back and look at them. So the things that I felt like fell into that were, a lot of that was downtown. That was one of the focuses throughout the strategic plan. The KLC strategic plan was improvements to downtown. So first thing is implement tactical urbanism in downtown footprint. Tactical urbanism is kind of what we've done at Second and Walnut, where instead of coming in and doing a big project where we spend a bunch of money ahead of time and then see how it works, we slowly implement and pilot test changes. We took, taking that traffic signal down, we put those temporary stop signs in, then we did the temporary striping, and then we've taken the lights down, and in the future, we'll come back in and we'll actually pour concrete curb for those bump outs and make that a permanent change. But try and slow pilot testing to see how things work. We're going to try to do more of that in the downtown area, and that'll be something that Public Works staff will do, but it'll have a budget impact for materials and supplies. And also we'll contract some of that out with Central Steel, some of the striping, those kind of things. And we purchase signs. So put a number in there, 25,000. It's kind of how much we can do is really that was going to dictate that number. Develop a streetscape use policy for downtown. This is something we've been talking about for a couple of years now, especially as we wrap up the streetscape project, is we don't really have a policy in place for how people use our streetscape. as far as what kind of tables they put out, where they put tables, what kind of signage they put out, what, if they put out planters, what do they put out? We've never had really strict rules for that. Now, there's ABC rules for if they're serving alcohol and those kind of things. But within the right-of-way on the streetscape, we need to develop a set of rules. Thankfully, people have done a pretty good job on their own without us having really strict rules in place. So we don't see that as something we need to come in and dictate heavily, but we need to have some boundaries for that. I put 5,000 in there. If we want to bring in someone to help us put that together, we could for a small amount, or we could try to do that with staff in-house. Rebuild the sidewalk on North 2nd Street. We've gotten several requests to extend. We have the McAfee landscaping there on North 2nd Street that I think, they're looking at a future move. But in the meantime, could we repair the sidewalks from Main up to head north to their property, which would include the Historical Society, the barber shop, some of that area. That's something we could do in-house with city staff. We have that ability now. So I'd like to include that, look at doing that in the next fiscal year. Replace parallel parking at Constitution Square with angled parking. This is something I've been trying to put a plan together. We could remove the grass strip between the current parallel parking and the sidewalk along Constitution Square and turn those into angled parking spaces. And that gives us the width that we need to do that. Now, that doesn't necessarily add many spaces to downtown. It may add one or two parking spaces, but it's just an easier parking procedure for most people than parallel parking. So we're going to do some more research into that. That's on this list. That's probably one of the more tentative items that we need to get a little further along on. Partner with the Arts Commission for a parking garage mural. This is an item that came out of the parking report that CenterWorks did for us. We've already met with the Arts Commission to look at the parking garage and talk about where we could do a mural at. We're looking into making it a kind of a community project, and with goals of not only making the parking garage look better, but also in getting the community more comfortable with being in the parking garage. So we're looking at something interior, not exterior, just so it brightens up the inside a little bit. So there's that, and then contract with County Solid Waste for enhanced litter abatement. We heard, one of the things that came out of the strategic plan was a clean community. We noticed litter being an issue. I think that's just a change from, I'm not sure what it was like before COVID because I came back during COVID, but the county and the jail were doing less work with these kind of activities during COVID, and hopefully now that we're out of that now, we can look at bringing them back on board. But I think that would involve a little bit of extra budgeting towards that. Maybe increasing their allotment that we'd send to the county each year so that as we ask them to prioritize that. And then we want to evaluate vegetation codes for invasive species and fence rows. I think that's a lot of the complaints that we get now are honeysuckle along fence rows, just overgrown stone fence rows. How do we approach that? That's just something that we need to look at in-house with staff, how our codes relate to that at this time. All right, then moving to number 3 is infrastructure. And stormwater was one of the things listed on there. And one of the things I want to try to do next year is replace the culvert on Dillahay. There's an old double barrel, corrugated metal pipe culvert on Dillahay that has rusted through the bottom. We're going to try to replace that. I've already got Public Works looked at that. We're going to do that in-house with city staff. We're going to evaluate the stormwater capital program and utility fees. So we're going through the process right now with parks, looking at their long-term capital plan. I think we need to do the same thing with stormwater again. We did it 15 years ago when we started the utility, but we haven't done that kind of overall look at the stormwater capital plan for 15 years. And I think related to that is, do we look at next year at adjusting our stormwater fee? It's been the same fee since we started it 15 years ago. We haven't even done a cost of living increase on it. So we're gonna look at that again, and I think that relates to the capital program. We look at the capital program and say, hey, we want to do this amount of work in the next 20 years. Well, what's that going to cost us? What does that fee need to be to cover that cost? Evaluate and update sidewalk maintenance ordinance. We've kind of, kind of gray, in a gray area where, you know, our ordinances say that that property owners maintain sidewalks at this time. We've taken on a little more of that over the past few years. We do the sidewalk grinding for trip hazards. We've done some partnerships lately with property owners where if they buy the concrete, we'll do the installation just because they've had trouble finding people to do the work. So it's one of those things where it's kind of becoming untenable for property owners to manage those sidewalks. So we want to look at that sidewalk maintenance ordinance again and see if there's some changes we can make to it to more reflect modern kind of construction procedures. And what we find a lot is that people have done the work themselves in the past and it's substandard. So then it just turns around and needs done again. And, you know, what's the city's role in that? I think we could even look at hybrid models where newer neighborhoods, if something doesn't perform well, then that property owner fixes it. But an older neighborhood, maybe the city's more involved. So we're just gonna review that, look at what other cities do and see if we can come up with something there that more reflects our current mentality about sidewalk maintenance. And just in general, as we expand our sidewalk network, as we talked earlier, I think people now see sidewalks as more of a community mobility issue than as something for that property owner. It's a community asset. Okay, number 4, design pedestrian improvements in school zones. That kind of relates to the thing I talked about on the slide before. We'll review all of our sidewalks around our schools, where we need to add sidewalks, where we need to connect sidewalks together. Even look at bicycle infrastructure, because we have a lot of kids that bicycle to school, how we get them safely from the busy areas around schools into their neighborhoods. So that's something we want to work on, and we'll probably do the design work in-house on that, but if we do some striping, some different things out in the field, we'll have a budget impact with that. And then construct sidewalks to connect corridors. That's another big priority for us. We have some areas on Maple Avenue, Lexington Avenue, that we would like to. I think that was the previous slide. I took that picture yesterday on Lexington Avenue. That's the area there across from the water plant that people have worn a path along that section because they use it so much. So, there's areas like that we need to work on. All right, and then Parks and Recreation, I didn't have a lot we'll talk more about when we get to the parks section next. The Parks and Rec staff put a lot of work into that presentation and the priorities they're going to emphasize next year, which is, that gets me excited to see how much they're wanting to implement. But I think for engineering staff, update the trail master plans, number 1 priority for us there as far as Parks and Rec. Now, this is not considered capital. I know we have a lot of capital work we want to do with parks, and we'll have that follow-up meeting for the parks long-term planning. But for operational, updating the master plan is really the priority for us. Affordable market rate housing. I put this item on this section, assist KYTC with East Connector development, because I want to emphasize to you all that I feel like the East Connector it will help open up some housing areas for us. I think it's really critical that the east side of Danville have better access to our major thoroughfares in and out, and that road will do that. And all of a sudden, those areas become more attractive for housing and for development. So I put that in that section, and that's something we'll continue to work with KYTC to make sure that's moving along. Evaluate rental housing development strategies. That's a lot of big words, and I'm not really sure what that means yet. But I want to figure something out, and that's just going to take some time. And we'll work as we go through the comprehensive plan. I think we'll work on that and think about that and see what we can do. Because I feel like rental property is going to be a real key, especially with anything that's new construction. New construction is so expensive right now for single-family housing that it's going to be hard for that to make a real impact to your affordability. It's going to be in the rental market where affordability is going to come into play. Partner with Home Builder Association to provide training. We feel like we need to get a new generation of home builders in Danville, new generation of developers, and we're starting to see a little bit of that. But anything we can do as a community to help move that forward. I've reached out to some folks about some incremental development stuff. Danville's the size of town where we're not gonna grow on the backs of the big nationwide builders. We're gonna grow on the backs of our local home builders and our local developers. So we have to make sure we have the right people here doing that kind of work. Collaborate with urban renewal to address blighted properties. That's urban renewal is kind of it in the past hasn't been a good asset for the city, but I think we can utilize that to help us address some of our blighted properties, just from a funding, but also grant aspect, and also the way we acquire and demolish and redevelop properties. They have mechanisms in place to do that probably quicker than the city would. And that goes to the next item, which is utilize a land bank and urban renewal to address lien properties. So we have a lot of properties out in town that we have a tremendous amount of liens on that are unproductive. You know, we need, and it's going to be hard for us to ever collect those liens. So what can we do with some different housing strategies to address those properties and bring them back into productivity into the private market? And then the last thing, added this after this law was passed recently, the state legislature passed a law where liens can now be collected on your property tax assessment. So we need to evaluate how we could utilize that to collect on the liens that we have. And not sure how that's going to impact this all yet, but it'll be interesting to see as that gets implemented what that will look like for us. Workforce development and retention. I've talked to Melanie about this idea that we're going to try to work on together is develop pop-up retail locations at parks. I don't think I've talked to the parks folks about this one yet, but just an idea we're all going to collaborate on of what can we, it's this small business, helping out our small businesses and entrepreneurs. How can we create areas where they can, and it's farmer's market. That's pop-up retail. It's fancy for a farmer's market kind of, but you could do other things than just a farmer's market. It can be more retail-based, different things. So we're going to work on that together. And then communication and transparency. We need to develop a project status page for the website. We'll work with Melanie on that to better communicate to the community how our projects are moving along. We have a lot going on. And it's hard to communicate all that, but we do know there's key things that the community is interested in, and we need to make sure we focus on those key things and get the word out. So that's all I had. We can, any questions about those items or questions about other things? Like I said, I've intentionally left capital projects off of this because that's a whole other big conversation that we can discuss later. But I'm open to any questions.
You mentioned sidewalks, and I kept waiting for you to say something about Boffman Avenue, that project.
Yes, so we applied for that grant for the sidewalks. It will probably be, that would probably be later this year before we find out whether we receive that grant or not. In the meantime, we're going to proceed with the design there, make sure we get the design completed. So if the grant is awarded, we're ready to go construction. So if we don't receive the grant, I think I think we're at a point where we look at, okay, how do we fund this without the grant then, if the grant falls through? But I think honestly, I think this was a very good application for that grant at the time. The way the questions they were asking in the grant application, our project fit perfectly. So I would be surprised if we don't get that grant. And if we do, we can move forward with construction. But like I said, in the meantime, we'll complete the design, have it ready. But yeah, that one's a capital project, and I've got it on my report. That's another thing. I'm doing an update Monday night, my quarterly update for you all. So everything going on right now, we will talk about Monday night as well. And Boffman's on that because that's priority for us. It's priority for the neighborhood. We had a citizen on Boffman come in last week and asking us about it. So it's definitely a priority for everybody.
Have they discussed the possibility of each property owner donating a certain amount of money to the project?
No, I hadn't heard that.
I just asked that because I remember when we had subdivisions that didn't have lighting, each homeowner signed a contract with Intercounty out with KU, and through their monthly billing, they paid off their share of the new lighting system in the neighborhood. So I don't know if that's a possibility for streetscapes, but.
We could. I think that's if the grant doesn't work out, we'll step back with you all and look at what the cost is and come up with a plan to fund.
Okay.
You said you have one cemetery full-time, right? How many public works people do we have full-time?
We have employees.
Right.
We have 2 full-time employees at the cemetery.
2, okay.
Yep.
All right.
We have count them in my head. I think we're at Randy probably helped me out with this. Randy left. But I think we're at like 12 full-time employees down there now. There's 4 stormwater. There's the director and the assistant director. We have the equipment manager. I believe we have 5 that are in public work, or funded out of public works, equipment operators. We have a really good public works staff overall now. We have that's one of the equipment operator position that Public Works has benefited greatly from the last 2 compensation plans increases. And that has put us at a position where the quality of employee that we're getting there is top notch. And they all have, 20+ years of experience doing construction and operating equipment. And that's why we have an opportunity to complete a lot of these projects in-house in the past we wouldn't have had. They have the skill set to, they're working on this memorial plaza out here now at the fire station. I was going to talk about that a little bit Monday night, but that's a project that we're very fortunate to have people on staff that can tackle something like that. So I think that's why some of this sidewalk work, especially, heavy concrete type work, we take advantage of the staff we have right now. They could save the city thousands and thousands of dollars by doing that work in-house. It does tax us from a time standpoint that, we've talked in-house about, do we need more staff? I think it's getting to a point now with construction costs that it makes sense to bring on people instead of contracting more. A couple of years ago, I probably would have said the opposite. I probably would have said, hey, let's just contract this work out and keep our staff level the same. But I think we're kind of getting to a point where it might make sense to add another crew of 2 that we can, even if they're not at the skill level that the crew that we have, they could work on some of the more basic stuff while we have the crews with the expertise to complete more difficult projects.
Other comments or questions to Josh about the engineering department? Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I'll say what I'd like to do is as we go through the year, my quarterly reports, I'm going to try to give statuses to these items as we kind of go through the year so that as much for myself as for you all, to make sure that I'm making progress on these things that we're working to complete.
The only one was cemetery, like, the pavilions, but maybe you'll give an update on Monday.
Yeah, and I'll give an update on the Hilldale shelter particularly because we're ready to build it.
Okay.
But even Bellevue, I've got categories that under capital of,
Okay,
we need to
that's
work
fine.
on the design next, and then we'll push that forward. But yes, that's been probably a year longer to get to where we're at than I wish we had. So we're ready to build it though. So I'm going to try to get a construction cost estimate because we have the bid documents done. Wanted to present a construction cost estimate to you on Monday night just so you had an idea of the scale of the cost, and then we were going to advertise for bids and hopefully build that this summer. So.
Thank you.
You okay, Brother Rick?
Okay.
Moving to Parks and Rec part?
Yep. Like I said, Parks and Rec staff put this presentation together for me. And Amber and Stephanie are here. If you all have questions that I can't answer, which I probably won't be able to answer, but they'll be able to answer them for you. But they took a very forward-looking approach like I did of what they would like to do this year. And it's a good list, and it's stuff that's attainable. We work hard and we use our assets correctly. We can attain most of the items on these presentations. So, and I don't know. I hate to just read off a slide. So if we can get these to you. I think you all have access to the slides, right? We can take a look at what they've listed here, but at the park operations, there's a lot of just general maintenance that we need to work on. We have new parks. We have new maintenance supervisor, Connor. Connor's actually in Lexington today getting his certified pool operator training done. So he'll be able to, he'll have that certification to get Buddy Davis up and running this year. He helped out with this as well, just looking at our different, looking at the park and ways we can make improvements to what we have. Because this doesn't, like with my presentation, this doesn't talk about capital improvements. This is just taking, the operations and maintenance of the park in general. But it's a lot of, painting, pressure washing, replacing trees and benches and swings if it's needed, mulch and dog park improvements. And I'll jump in one item with the dog park. We've had that drainage issue out there. You all have probably heard about that at some point. We're fighting that drainage issue, trying to get it fixed. We had a spring just open up on the high side of the dog park, and water flows constantly across the dog park now. So we're trying to, we tried one fix, and we're adding to it, try to get that area dried up, because I know everybody's tired of their dogs being covered in mud when they come to the dog park. So signage, we're going to constantly work on signage. I think we've been making some improvements out there, but we're going to try to keep that going. Staff training, that starts with Connor going to class today. Public safety features, and they could probably answer that question more than I could. But we'll try to look at some emergency police poles. We probably need to get with police on that and see how they can help us out with that. Athletics programming plans, identify gaps in athletic programming, update the programs and activities, and then how do we fully utilize the Jenny Rogers Community Center? So some of the gaps, looking at this, league rules, and like I said, you all can kind of go through here, and if you have any questions about any particular item that Stephanie can help out with here, updating the rules, making sure that our leagues are competitive, collaborating with our local schools and Center College to bring in their coaches and athletes to help run some clinics and some things like that. I think that's a really good idea that Stephanie came up with. And then softball, we create a league for girls younger than 11, older than 11, and identify participants and collaborate with surrounding areas to form a league. I like that when I saw that on there, because my daughter's she's in the senior softball, and there's 5 teams, which 5's enough, but it'd be great if we could go play some teams outside the county, a couple games, just add some games so we're not playing each other over and over and over again. So I was excited to see that on there. And then continue to add new programs and leagues: pickleball, horseshoes, cornhole, adult soccer, utilize the new tennis courts, esports, and then trails is another priority there. So update programs and activities. The skate park, I think this is even a passion project for Earl. How do we update the skate park, add to it, bring it. It's a very popular part of our park, and how do we just emphasize that? Disc golf, keep collaborating with them. There's a big community of disc golfers here that utilize Jackson Park a lot, and just leaning into that. They've been playing for 15 years out there. It's a pretty popular sport for them. And basketball, 3-on-3 round robins at parks across towns, which for me, when I see that convicts me to get our basketball courts around town up to standard. They're not in our other parks. So that's something we need to work on the public works side of things and the maintenance side of things, is to get those basketball courts in good shape. A bigger opening day for baseball and softball, make it an event, and expand downtown parks programming, which as we fully activate Jenny Rogers and Whizziger Park and the streetscape project gets done, and partnering on Constitution Square and those kind of things, how can we bring more programming downtown? And I've even got a vision of closing Main Street and having a basketball tournament on Main Street or something, something cool like that. I don't know. That's pretty far out there, but we're going to push the boundary on some of the stuff downtown. And then Jenny Rogers, like we said earlier, playing for a grand opening, have an open gym. That's something we're already talking about. We may implement fairly soon, actually, is having an open gym at Jenny Rogers, where people can just come and show up and play. We're still working out the details of that, so look for that in the near future. Co-ed men's basketball leagues, and purchase a volleyball system so we can have indoor volleyball there. And then make sure we have a community calendar out there for events going on, which we're going to work with Melanie on that. And then partner with the library on different events, which we already do, but just expanding that partnership. and Bunny Davis. A lot of things we could do there to move it forward. We're already working on getting the pool ready for this year. Staining we're working on painting the deck and pressure washing and getting the pumps and everything up and running. But we need to repaint the concession stands inside and out, update the locker rooms, stain the overhead watch deck, which Amber may have to answer what that is if we have questions about it. Stain the front entrance poles and repaint upstairs event space. And I think part of this is influenced by what we decide with our long-term planning at parks. What's the future of Bunny Davis? Because it really is a place where if we're going to have it for a few years longer, we need to start investing some significant money in it to get it. It needs to feel nice again. And then events. We've got a few things listed here. I think we need to step up our event planning as part of Parks and Rec, just in general. We talked last year about a July 4th event that didn't really come to fruition, but I think it's something we could expand on and have something really cool out there because people are coming out to the park anyway for the fireworks. How can we make that an all-day event? Fall Festival, Community Cleanup Day, just having different national days, just events at our parks and throughout the community. Summer movies, Food Truck Fridays, different activities that the Parks and Rec Department could be involved in. They're already, like I said earlier, already doing events with the library. We already are doing partnerships with the Community Arts Center. And then neighborhood block parties, which I think that's something I had added on there. I think that's an idea that I'd like to see us kind of expand on and see what we could do, not just involving parks, but involving all of our departments, just to get the city out into the community and get our staff out approachable to the community. I think that's it. Is there anything I skipped over too fast that you all want to talk about, our park staff that are here? Any questions you all have then?
Yep, there we go. No, I think you spoke on everything that we wanted to hit. We're just really excited about, moving forward with Parks and Rec and just getting more involved in the community. Did you all have any questions about anything?
I would like to introduce to the commission the new chair of the Parks and Rec Board, Mark Morgan. Yeah, he's going to do it. He's in retirement, but he'll do it for at least 6 months.
He's never going to retire.
Yeah, I'm glad to do that. I've been on the board and now been on the committee for a few years. And I'm at a point where I think we've got young staff and great ideas and a lot of new energy. We had 2 new members join yesterday. It was their first meeting, and they are going to be great, Sarah Berry and Ernest Dunn. The committee is full of people willing to work and energetic about working. So you'll be hearing more from us, but we look forward to working with staff. With Stephanie Boyd and Amber Schartzer, who are here today, we're in a really good position to move forward. They have taken on some new roles in gap filling and just thrown a lot of creative energy into it, and the whole staff has. So Parks and Rec is actually, the future looks bright for it, okay?
I'm excited about all the things on here that possibly could happen. I mean, I think that's great. That's what Parks and Rec should do. I mean, I think that would be great. I do have a question about the emergency police poles. What is that? Or what's that thought, I guess?
That was something that Connor had thought of. Millennium Park is big and it's supposed to close at dusk, but you always have people out there that do things at night that maybe they shouldn't. And so the idea kind of came from college campuses where you've got the police poles for the emergencies. And he thought that would probably be a good thing to put out in our park so that if somebody is out there and something happens, they can push that button and it'll call for help.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I like all the thoughts that are put on this paper, and it's exciting to see because we need all of that. What was that noise?
And you were talking, Josh, about safety. Maybe the staff wants to comment on Are your cameras working out there at Millennium Park or not? Maybe that's something.
Yeah, they're working out there.
Okay,
They're-
good.
They're
Good.
doing the job.
Okay. Okay. I went through the ordinance the other day and some other documents, and it says that the Director of Parks and Rec will report to the city manager. Might want to say city manager or his or her designee, since they were actually reporting to Josh and then to you.
Right. And in a very recent meeting with Judge Bottom, we discussed about having Parks and Rec and other committees come in quarterly and just give updates to the court and to the commission about things that are going on. And then earlier today, we talked about the need to have commissions and boards and committees to be re-educated about what their roles are, their cans and cannots, and about making sure they all are signed conflict of interest waivers and all kind of good stuff that we've sort of gotten away from. So we need to get back to doing some of those kind of things.
I heard that. I was here for that earlier discussion about training for all committees and boards. I think that's essential. I was on the board, and I've served on the committee now since its inception, and we've been given copies of the ordinance. We've been given copies of the memorandum of agreement between the Parks and Rec, the city, and the county fiscal court. But I think that some hands-on training and some time, Ashley's come to a meeting, Josh has come to several, Earl's come to a couple, and we've had, and Rick Cirrus has been at almost all of them, but we've had really good support from the city. But I think that some training on just some simple things. LaFonda Stallworth served as an interim. She's vice chair, and she served in the interim and did a good job. But there was confusion. I talked to her, and she was confused over how she gets agenda items in and how she does the timing and what's her responsibility and whether she communicates with Ashley or someone else. So, yeah, training for these committees would result in them being more useful to you all and being your eyes and ears in the community and able to assist staff. And that's what we need. I've heard from other members of the committee, I've heard a lot of questions. They'll talk to me privately. Why are we even doing this? We don't have the power we had when we were a board. And now that we're a committee, why are we doing it? And I've talked to them about how you've got to invest time going to city commission meetings, getting your all's ear, getting a city manager and city engineer when you have an opportunity, communicate with these folks, you all and the others. And that's what I see a will to do now. So I think you'll hear more from the committee, but that's the way these committees can be useful to you all, and you all can make them feel like it's worth their volunteer time, because it takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
And most of them, a lot of them feel like they're just spinning their wheels and they're questioning why they should even exist or why they should spend their time. So some training would result in more effective use of committees.
Yeah, I've told Mark before, and that's the Parks Committee's one, as far as the committees that I would deal with, probably the healthiest committee out of all of them, just because they came out of a board, so they're very active. So I think getting them to a really good point is not going to be that difficult, but I think overall our committees, our committees struggle just from I think purpose is part of it, but I think there's an accountability that goes both ways of what staff is bringing to the table and what the committee is bringing to the table and what we expect of each other. That's really not clear. It's something that Earl and I have talked a lot about, like what does that look like that's really productive, and what does that look like that staff can get excited about? It's not just staff saying, "Oh, I got to go to this committee meeting and listen." What can we do that makes it a interesting part of our our work that we benefit from, because there is benefit to knowing what the community wants and knowing what our citizens want and having that, that tie between the community abroad, at large and us as staff. So I don't know, it's something I think a lot about because I have a lot of committees that I work with, and how do we kind of get to that level where it's a lot of back and forth. They're bringing things to us, we're bringing things to them. There's a lot of communication. Never have a month where it felt unproductive and pointless. Like, that's the goal, right? Is to not have a meeting where it's like, why did we even show up today? And just also setting them up in a way where we actually have a quorum that can vote and do things. And I think that's a lot of that training, is how do we get them to the point where they know what their power is, and what they're able to do. And what they're not able to do, which I think is part of the problem with the parks community. They don't realize what they're not able to do. And I think once we make that clear of what that is, they can then focus on the stuff they can do. I've told them, you're free now. You don't have to worry about the day-to-day. You don't have to worry about paying the bills. Bring cool ideas to us. Yeah, tell us what you want to see happen, and we'll see if we can make it happen. You can be creative now. You don't have to worry about those things. Like, we will handle all that. You just bring good ideas, and we'll see what we can do.
And to me, this report right here, probably it doesn't this time, but a very effective committee would find themselves all over this report. Because you're the voice of the community. You bring in what the community says are the neat programs that need to be started. And you also have those eyes from an outsider looking and seeing what that facility needs. If it's just saying, hey, I was out to the park 5 times last week and the restrooms were all a mess. Well, that's not evaluating somebody. That's just giving somebody the information needed to get their job done better. So to me, this committee should have lots of input into things that might go on. We're still trying to decide where we're going to put a quote unquote a water hole in this community. Well, that's some input that you guys from a committee like that could definitely have, from your committee to the staff and to the staff to us. And we want to hear some of that.
One more thing, from my perspective, from a 10,000-foot view, from a management perspective, you can easily identify the breadth of responsibility that is in the engineering department, as we're calling it, for the benefit of the presentation. And when the city and county chose to integrate parks into the city, we just took it as a department and just plugged it in as a department, right? And what we've all talked about is the organizational structure over probably a 10-year period became very flat. And what we will propose in the budget is some changes to that structure. I'll start that process next week. So that I look at Parks and Recreation from my perspective, and really now that we've integrated, and now we see where maintenance occurs and the demand on maintenance, for example, to our facilities, and how most of the city's maintenance occurs through public services. How do we properly integrate the task that is being performed through that department into the normal city operations? So I've looked at that quite a bit myself. I've talked to all the department heads in some form or fashion about, from the police chief, we've worked a lot on codes and integrating some functions into finance and doing all those things. So we're going to be really focusing on no longer public services, but community services, special events. How does engineering, the things that we do for the community that are not concrete and asphalt. And when we talk about engineering so many times, and I experienced it when I was city engineer, and I know Josh does, but so often we look at it as concrete, but that's not what really public services does. And it's just that he's responsible for public services. So that's really community services, and so we're going to be looking at all that. And just so you know, the one position I know that I'm going to ask for this year, he's not asked for it, but I want to really get an EIT into our tree of employees in engineering training that is not a PE yet, but someone that has the capacity to learn to duplicate some of the things that engineering can do, Josh can do, Public Works can do. And someone to take some load off of Josh. I think he worked 2 days on the stormwater permit, but that was something where he had to shut the door and go do that. Well, that doesn't benefit other departments that need some counsel from that department at times. And so that is a place of weakness for us. It is a place where we're understaffed also. And I think that may add production overall to the city and have a greater benefit beyond just his office. Right? So that is, so when we get into our operational budget, we'll be looking at these changes that I want to propose, but one of those will be adding a staff member in this department. That's one of the only places I think as a baseline, I want to try that. So we'll look at that and see what that looks like budgetarily and all those things next week. So anticipate that in your head, and if you would like to talk to me about, feel free to reach out, and we'll make ourselves available.
Just to, real quick, in response to Mayor's remarks, Earl has been accessible to us, and Josh has been accessible. Stephanie and Amber have been accessible. I'm optimistic about the future, and I intend to serve until January to try to get some things institutionalized in the transition period, and then try to get some younger people to assume leadership, because that's who need to be in charge. So I'm pretty optimistic about the rest of this year. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Good. Anyone else about Parks and Rec?
I also wanted to just say, I mean, I know the plan is exciting. It's like there's energy in it, you know, and that's great to see. I'm glad that the Bunny Davis Center you're looking just to upkeep it. Take the blinds down, put new ones up on the outside, just how it looks, you know. And because, you know, that was named after a fine man that did a lot for Danville, so you hate to see it in the space that it's at right now. Just some simple things, you know.
Anyone else? Josh, thank you, and Parks and Rec.
Thank you all.
Thank you, ladies and gents. Uh-oh, here he comes. I gotta show these other guys. These look like something I want to take home with me. Look. All right, I gotta share. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Morgan? Mr. Morgan? Good to see you. You've been here with us all day, man. All right.
Afternoon. My name is Marshall Carey. I'm the Municipal Utilities Director. I went ahead and passed out some organizational charts for you guys. I printed those off for Paylocity. It's a little bit hard to see, but if you squint hard enough, you can see it. But I wanted to show kind of the organizational tree for utilities and how it's broken out into sub-departments. So I just wanted to provide that to you guys. We've got 43 employees total. It's broken up into your water treatment, wastewater treatment, water distribution, and wastewater collection. So each department has its own superintendent to oversee each department. And plus, we also have utility billing. That's a new subset under utilities too. So Erica Engel is our billing manager. Do you all have any questions about personnel with utilities as it's laid out there on the chart? If you can see it, I know it's a little bit hard to see, but yeah, well, I didn't. It's we've got a handful of new employees from the last fiscal year. We've got a new employee in the water plant. We've got a new employee in water distribution. But you know, it's the same old as what a lot of other departments would probably be. You know, what they've probably said today is, you know, we could always use more help. We feel like we're pretty efficient with what we've got, but there's always a need. So, and if you look at that chart, so let's look at that chart and split it halfway down the middle. As you look to the left, that's more of your water side of things. So you can see that there's there's a handful more people on the water side than there is on the right-hand side of that chart. And that right-hand side is your sewer department, right? So your wastewater treatment plant and your sewer collection folks. So, which is not uncommon with a lot of municipalities. So that being said, just by looking at the organizational chart, you can kind of get a feel for the need in sewer, for example, getting some more folks to possibly help in sewer collections and wastewater treatment. So maybe in the future, some of the conversations that HR may be having may be more concentrated on the sewer side. So I just wanted to get that in front of you guys. And if you have any questions about that, you certainly. And I'll go through my presentation and I'll stop for questions throughout, but feel free to stop me at any point or just ask questions at the end if you'd like. So,
Marshall, help me with my ignorance here. I got Lindsay Yoakum and Michael Galloway with the same title. Maybe you can educate me
now
there.
that must be a typo from Paylocity.
Okay.
Yeah. This is generated from our HR program.
Okay.
So one is the wastewater treatment superintendent, and then that'd be Michael Galloway, and then Lindsay Yoakum is our wastewater rehab superintendent.
Okay.
So I'm glad you saw that. I didn't even see that myself, but I'll make a note of that and send that to HR. So what I wanted to mainly focus on today is the role of municipal utilities here in the city of Danville, and then focus on some of the regulatory burdens that we have, that we shoulder for the city, but also talk about some projects that we've gotten completed this past fiscal year, this current, and then moving into the next fiscal year, and some of our key capital projects that we're going to be looking at coming down the road, and then some of our key initiatives that we felt like we've covered and still have some work to do in the future too. Yeah, that's a good one. That was at the intersection of Old Shakertown Road. If you all remember, that line actually actually travels pretty far across town, and it ends up in a low spot right there. So when it burst, it really popped. So it took us a while to get that one knocked down and get it under repair, but I thought it was a kind of a funny picture to put up there. And just let people know, as I progress through this conversation, that it's not just, our folks, doing that kind of work. There's more to utilities in general. So lots of times, that's our forward facing with the public, is our guys out there doing the work, either in, inclement weather or broken water lines and backed up sewer and, that type of stuff that I just wanted to kind of have that conversation and drill a little bit deeper into what municipal utilities does for the city. So a few of the key municipal utilities roles that I wanted to stress on was one, support economic development. And when I say that, lots of times people don't think of it that way, but and I've said it before in some of the other meetings, is that, lots of times you'll have a prospective business coming into town. So they're sending out, essentially search parties in various areas around the state and around the nation looking for great places to land their new business, right? Well, part of that conversation is, do your utilities have the capacity, water and sewer capacity, to handle what it is we're bringing to the table? So they look at your wastewater plant and your water treatment plant and look at your capacity overall. And if you can't meet X, Y, and Z, then maybe they move on, right? Well, so utilities can play a big part of that and looking forward in the future. So a lot of that was done with the water treatment plant already. We've increased capacity with that in years past. Well, part of what we're doing with the wastewater treatment plant right now is setting ourselves up for capacity increases in the future with that future project. And I'll talk about that in a few slides here. But just wanted to stress that, overall, utilities can help support that economic development conversation and think about what the future needs as far as business development or business support to help bring in jobs and workforce housing. And then you move over to regulatory compliance there. So utilities are responsible for a lot of water quality monitoring, obviously, with the drinking water, and then wastewater monitoring, because that water has to be treated before it's released back into the stream system. We provide annual water quality reports that's hung out here on the wall every year that essentially looks back at the year prior about, it's almost like a scorecard or a grading sheet for what the city has done in years past. So it focuses on primarily the year prior and lets the public know that this is what we've done over the past year. This is how we maintain good drinking water quality for you all as our customers. And then delivery and oversight. So this is kind of what the public typically sees, providing essential services like that picture right there. Looking at material pricing and rate schedule setting annually. Looking at what the market is doing overall to see if the city of Danville fits into that conversation and using our partners with like Bluegrass Ad to help facilitate those conversations too. And looking at increased service and reliability and of course, overall capital project delivery too. So, and I say that because a lot of the projects that we do are kind of off to the side, right? It's just maybe not as visible as streetscape is sometimes, but sometimes they are, but for the most part, like the improvements of the wastewater plant is over the hill that a lot of people don't see. But it's a tremendous investment, right? But it's a needed investment, right? So it's items like that I wanted to kind of stress on a little bit today too. And as much as anything, technology awareness. So being in touch with technology and understanding the technological game and being ahead of that curve helps the city of Danville maintain itself in a technological age that we can be even more efficient on doing things, right? So I'll talk about in a little bit about some of the mapping software that we're using, but that allows us to be able to communicate to our employees out in the field more efficiently, right? Instead of phone calls and waiting on somebody to call you back, you're essentially at the touch of a button, and they can use iPads to help facilitate the daily needs of those customers instead of having to come back and forth with paper copies, right? So we're past that, or we're getting past that. We're not quite past it yet. This is a slide that I want to touch on regulatory compliance because you probably heard me talk about CMOM and lead and copper in meetings past. Well, the CMOM was a big hurdle for utilities last year, which we accomplished, and that was the aggregation of a lot of information to satisfy EPA and Division of Water and prioritize maintenance and rehab overall. So a lot of municipalities have to go through this process, and what that does essentially is generate binders of information and a lot of that type of information that we could reduce down into Excel spreadsheets, but it helps the regulatory folks make sure that we're doing our job to maintain what we should be doing as a utility. So monitoring sanitary sewer overflows and that type of information. And then you got your lead and copper rules. So this is born out of the Safe Drinking Water Act of years ago. The compliance deadline is October 2024. So what does that mean for the city of Danville? So due to EPA mandates and Division of Water mandates, the entire state of Kentucky, all municipalities, all publicly owned water treatment providers, right, have to go through and assess every customer service connection in their system. So when I say that, I mean for the city of Danville, that means 11,000 customer service connections. And what is it? And do those customer service connections still contain lead service lines, right? Some of them do, some of them don't. Some of it can be narrowed down at a computer desk by looking at Google Earth, right, and working with your health department and your plumbing folks locally to determine when that house was built. If that house was built, say, prior to 1981, odds are it may have lead service lines. If it was post 1981, it may not, right? Probably shouldn't, right? So there's a lot of that work that can be done up front, but really the gist of it all is we as a utility have a lot of work ahead of us to facilitate meeting that October 2024 deadline, which means getting a lead service line inventory in place. And then so the EPA says, well, once you get that lead service line identified, you got it in place, and we know which ones you have and what you don't have. Now, how are you going to start replacing them, right? Well, there's a cost there. It's a significant cost. It can be, right? So that being said, I started last year with KIA and the SRF fund, right? And planted some seeds last year fiscally to try to get some money for us ahead of time, ahead of the curve for this fiscal year coming up, right? To help facilitate that process right there, because it's still, from a regulatory standpoint, it's still being formulated by the EPA, and the final ruling is still not out yet. But we wanted to get ahead of the game and start securing funding if we could, if that funding is available. That way, we already had ours, and we had the money in the pocket. That way, we could help facilitate the lead and copper program. So, go ahead.
Do you have any estimate about how many lines we might have in our community?
Well,
Lead service lines?
just based on initial research, we may have anywhere from 2 to 3,500 or 4,000. So out of 11,000, that's,
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah.
well, but those are just initial numbers. So
Sure,
part of
yeah.
this lead and copper program is communication efforts, right? So part of that is going to be going to schools, going to nursing homes, going to babysitting facilities, and going to the hospital and communicating the program overall to them, right? And what that looks like in the future for you. And educating the public on the impacts of having lead service lines, right? Because you're going to need help from the public in the future to do that. There's going to be some instances where, we may be providing surveys to the property owners, and they can go into their basement and do some testing of their own and provide that information back to the city. Well, that keeps us out of their hair, so to speak, right? It's kind of a weird situation because the city has always been on this side of the meter, right? Well, this takes us on the other side of that meter with those customers. And that's a whole other ballgame from a communication standpoint and from a regulatory standpoint that the city's never lived in, right? So you're bringing into a private conversation into that, and there's going to be some folks that want to participate in that, and there's certainly going to be some that do not. So we're still in the early stages of determining exactly what we're talking about there. But, it may be a situation, too, where we may bring a third party in to help facilitate some of that conversation. And that way we can maintain a clear message with the public as we move forward, right? Because you want to be able to say the right things with this lead and copper stuff. And in that same conversation is something called PFAS. So what does that mean? It doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people. But this is gaining traction nationally, okay? So PFAS is just a fancy word, a fancy way of saying there's some chemicals that are already in clothing and paint, a lot of some of your carpets, a lot of your, like Teflon, for example, that whole conversation. A lot of your cookware, personal care products, some of your makeup, right, has chemicals in it that are proven to be detrimental to human health, and that can be long-standing in the environment, right? So this is gaining national traction right now, this PFAS, and they're actually knocking on the door from a local standpoint with Division of Water with Kentucky about what's the regulatory measures coming down the pike for this right here. And not only is this going to be a monetary impact for the city of Danville, this is going to be an impact from a national and global market. Okay, so that's why you're starting to hear a lot of it in your major news outlets on Sunday evening news TV. Like they're actually starting to talk about this too, because this isn't just affecting water and sewer from a local standpoint. This is affecting an entire market for the nation, as well as how does the U.S. fit in globally with this? Like, so for example, if the U.S. is doing all that they can to mitigate PFAS issues in their water and in their sewer and in their clothing and in their paint and in their cookware, and we're doing all these things that we can to mitigate that, what are we doing with those products that are brought in from other countries that maybe don't share that same sentiment, right? So it's a part of a really big conversation. But at the end of the day, when you drill down to city of Danville, it affects us from our water quality and our wastewater quality standpoint, right? So, the actions that we're doing right now is actually a little bit ahead of the game too, with our GAC methodology to help filter the water. That's actually ahead of the game on this too. So we're in a good position to push through this, but the costs are unknown, right? Because you don't really know what the costs are going to be until you get to a regulatory crossroads and they actually start to delve out what the requirements are. So you'll hear me talk about that in the future. So projects completed in 2030. So instead of breaking these into individual slides, I just grouped them into composed slides with one large map. When we do the quarterly reports, I can break these back out into individual project maps, but for now, I just want to do this. That way we didn't end up with like 30 slides in this conversation. Projects completed in this fiscal year, we had the Kate Drive, Corporate Drive water line. That was a $195,000 project. That was a 12-foot water line, and that was to help facilitate water capacity out there towards the industrial park, Megget facility for their Phase 3 expansion. Perryville Road Phase 2 water line, $850,000 project. That's directly adjacent to Perryville Road, going out towards Tuggle Road to tie into our water tank project, which is the Perryville Road Booster Station Elevated Tank Project. So you've heard me talk about that. And that's the new 750,000 gallon tank that sits up on the hill there at Tuggle Road. And then you got your Clark's Run Sanitary Sewer Phase 1. So if you ever went out Lebanon Road here recently and saw all the heavy equipment, a lot of rock, a lot of beating and banging, that's all of the Sanitary Sewer Phase 1 project. That was a pretty big project. You know, it was over 11,000 linear feet of new line put in. And those are large diameter sewer lines, 46 manholes. So a lot of work going on out there, but that's going to tie into another project I'm going to talk about in the future too. So those are projects that we've either completed or within the next week or so we'll finalize the paperwork to do that. So those are 4 major projects that we got done this fiscal year. And then I broke these into projects that are going to cross over from the fiscal 23 to the 24 year. So obviously you got your wastewater treatment plant Phase 1 project that's ongoing right now. This is primary focus of that is treatment improvements to the wastewater treatment facility, screening improvements, dewatering systems, new operations building, so on and so forth. So right now we're scheduled for completion in October 2023. That's where we are right now. Now, originally we were scheduled to be done probably around this time. Okay, so this kind of harkens back to the whole COVID issues with technological delays. So like, for example, if you had a controls cabinet that, you know, one particular fuse or one particular wiring harness that goes into that cabinet is made in, you know, a certain part of the world that's having trouble getting those materials to generate that, you go from having it, you know, next month to having it 6-8 months from now. And good luck at that if you even do. So COVID had a lot of impact on the schedule of this project simply because it was a lot of technological advancement going on out there. But that being said, we're on schedule for October 23 to close that out. And this is a project that we're right now acquiring easements on. This is Balls Branch Sewer North. This essentially ties into the existing Balls Branch gravity sewer that runs out towards the bypass. There's a lift station out there, and it catches everything from Junction City. We're going to take that and turn and go north up into the development that's currently in progress there with Cattleman's and Wings and Rings in that area, right? Asuka. So if you all remember, they had a zone change on this particular property, I guess, end of last year, right? So the primary focus of this project is not only, you know, provide gravity sewer to that development, but also across the highway in the future, but also provide gravity sewer and better sanitary conditions for the folks along the corridor and enhance groundwater quality and allow, you know, more efficient delivery of that workforce housing aspect. Like I believe, if I remember correctly, I think on the chart there that it's hard to see, but this is part of an old working document. You know, there was probably over 230 estimated housing to come out of this development, right? Well, that's pretty substantial. You know, that's something that, from an economic development and workforce housing, is something that the city of Danville needs, right? So our part, the utilities department part, is how do we help them get there, but also satisfy regulatory requirements in increased water quality and in that conversation, and not have a bunch of sanitary sewer lift stations all over the place that somebody has to maintain, right? So that's where the utilities fits into that economic development conversation too. And that sewer is expected to happen this summer. So it'll actually straddle over into the new fiscal year, fiscal '24. But and then projects upcoming in fiscal year '24. Okay, we got some pretty big ticket projects coming up in fiscal year '24. So you remember I mentioned Clark's Run Sanitary Sewer Phase 1. Well, this is Sanitary Sewer Phase 2. So we're going to take that and go through town to the east all the way through Woods Drive over where the old lagoon is, and replace that existing lagoon, reline that lagoon, 9,200 linear feet of large diameter trunk sewer line. We're talking about, 36-inch trunk sewer line, so it's pretty substantial amount of water coming through there. So, and that helps us be able to justifiably have those increased capacity conversations from an economic development standpoint too. And we're improving water quality because you're reducing all that water getting out in the stream system, right, out of the old sewers. Then there's the LCRR compliance. So if you look at both of these projects right here, you see you have the winter 2023 and summer 2023, but it would be the fiscal '24. But you also have the KIA and SRF money availability, right? So last year we went ahead and planted the seeds again for funding availability through KIA and SRF, right, at a low interest rate. So based on the intended use plan, which is what they put out of essentially where you rank in the state, we rank very high in both of these two areas. So that being said, initially they came out with, and our initial ask was like $3.25 million for the Clark's Run Sanitary Sewer. Well, they said, well, if there's additional monies available, would you all be interested? And we said, of course, yes. So we're actually eligible for $6.7 million, which is the total project cost. And on top of that, we're also in the background working on an EDA grant for the same project for an additional $1.9 million. So we're in great position on both of those, we feel like. So, and then you've also got the LCRR compliance, the lead and copper discussion I had earlier. There's $1.25 million that we feel like we're going to get approved on as well. So to go towards that. So we're sitting in pretty good position from a funding standpoint, we feel like, at least for now. And then, of course, you got your wastewater treatment plant Phase 2 improvements. This builds on the Phase 1 technological improvements. This is building in capacity now, which builds in that economic development conversation, right? The Phase 2 improvements is a big ticket item. You're probably in the ballpark of, these are current estimates, $15 million, right? So by going down the road of these KIA and SRF, EDA grants, you're doing everything you can on the outside of those direct capital impact, direct impacts of the capital budget, right? So that you can leave the door open for these conversations for this Phase 2 wastewater treatment plant improvements. So the funding for the wastewater treatment plant right now is undetermined at this time. So those are going to be parts of future conversations, with you all, with Earl, with Lee, how does all this stuff fit in with our current debt obligations and things that we've already got going on, okay? Those are, between that and the wastewater treatment plant Phase 1, those are two big ticket items, right? And the same conversation was had when the water treatment plant was improved years ago. Those are just, there's no way around really big costs when you do something like that. Those are major investments for a city or a county or anybody. Those will be major investments that have really high costs, right? There's just no way around that. And those are driven as much by economic development and trying to gain capacity out of that conversation, but also they're driven by regulatory concerns that drive you into these conversations. Like you really don't have an option sometimes, but to bite the bullet and just go forward with some of this stuff. And then here's some more projects that we have lined up. Spears Creek Pump Station improvements, $1.7 million. That's a critical main pump station for the city of Danville. It essentially catches all of northwest Danville and part of Bull County. So it's a pretty big project for us. And then you got your Perryville Road Phase 3 water line. That's the water line that runs actually through Perryville. That's going to connect to the Springfield Interconnection Project, right? That Springfield's building from Washington County to the west side of Perryville. All that's going to be tied in together. And then, so those two projects right there, as well as the Stanford Road Booster Pump Station at the end of Airport Road, that's going to increase our capacity and water availability for that side of the town, as well as water availability for Stanford maybe in the future, right? But if you look at those three right there, listed under there, I have city ARPA values, right? So we've got about, left over in the ARPA money, we've got about 3.66 million or so, right? That's the city value. So if you take those and break those out, you got city ARPA of $1.3 million for the Spears Creek Sewer Pump Station, but we've also going to supplement that with a STAG grant that we've already got in process also for $400,000. So we've been lucky enough to get that. And then you've got the Phase 3 water line, $1.75 million, and you've got the booster pump station, another $600,000. Those three together are going to account for that roughly $3.66 million. I think the total comes to 3.65. But of course, those are just estimates. But that would be, if chosen to do so, if that's the way that it wants to be handled, that ARPA money could be spent on these three primary projects. And then if you all recall, the city struck an agreement with the county and county judge for their allotment of ARPA money, right? So part of, or an apportionment of their ARPA money. And that apportionment is going to go to Junction City and Perryville sewer improvements. So those are going to primarily be lift station improvements, the Perryville wastewater treatment plant, City Hall pump station, 3rd Street. All that accumulates to $2.8 million, which is that value that we got from the county from their ARPA money too. So what's that do for Junction City and Perryville? It helps offset, COLA increases in their water and sewer rates, right? So it helps us have those conversations with Junction City and Perryville saying, look, you're actually using your ARPA money to help supplement those same issues that keeps you out of capital debt at the end of the day and helps keep your rates lower. You know what I mean? So that's a very good use of that money. And of course, we got our utility billing upgrades. You've heard us talk about that in meetings past. I think, I'm sure Lee probably mentioned it in her presentation, but finance and utilities are kind of tied at the hip on this one for a very good reason, because we wanted to be there. We were both in the process of seeking a company to bring us into a better technological age from a billing standpoint, but finance was doing the same thing simultaneously. Well, the same provider could do both for us, so we made the decision to move forward together with software solutions, which works out in the end, right? So it helps lease folks be able to monitor spending and costs on the utility side, right? And it helps us to be able to leverage their ability with the financial side of things to work on our daily operational goals, right? Or be able to pull information from them that makes sense in our billing software. Whereas years ago, we were just beholden to the monthly or quarterly numbers that we got from the city. You didn't really have a good feel operationally at any point during the fiscal year of where you were within your budget, right? And it's nobody's fault, but it's just the way that, it's the way that our billing software was currently set up, and there was communication with finance, there just wasn't that joining of hands, right? Well, now we feel like that we're setting ourselves up to have that ability. So at any point in time, I could pull my computer up and see where exactly we are on this line item, right? And that's good for us, but it's good for finance too, because everybody's on the same page, and it's all transparent, it's all out there in front of everyone, right? So that's the goal of the billing software, but in another phase of that is benefits to the utility customer, right? So I mentioned earlier, part of this is, live information for the customers. The customers can make payments via text message. We're trying to dig our feet into the technological age yet again, even from our billing software. So instead of you having to call the water office to get your balance on your bill or what have you, you can get reminders and pay on your phone. You can pay via the website better. You can pay via email, apps, and the customer can have their own self-service portal that they can monitor online too and look at their usage overall. So all this stuff is to help benefit the customer as well. And it benefits us too, obviously. It helps us be more efficient and more transparent with everybody. And of course, if you all remember, we migrated into a monthly billing also, right? But also paper bills as opposed to the little cards that you used to get. Well, the paper bills now gives you more information, and it allows us to help communicate maybe something that Melanie wants to get across in newsletters or whatnot with that mailer as well. So it helps us, again, be more transparent and provide valuable information to customers. This is that mapping software I talked about earlier. This is something that we're working with the fire department as well, but, for years and years, the city has operated on paper maps and the best available technology at the time, right? But there's a lot of information out there with apps and the iPads and the Esri technology that we can geospatially locate hydrants and valves, water lines, and all that type of information and compile that into one-stop shop. That way everybody can, for example, if the fire department went out to fight a fire tonight, right? And they wanted to know, well, is that a good hydrant or a bad hydrant? Is that going to get us the flow that we need? Or, is there a water main break somewhere that now those two hydrants are obsolete because the guys are over here working on it? Well, if that's the case, we got to go over here. It's on the fly type information, right? That's kept up to date and daily access for us and as well as other departments, right? But also, it goes a step further is our new billing software can generate work orders. Where used to be, we get a call in that say, I may have a leaky meter or something. Well, the girls would turn around and write it down on a paper sheet and scan it and call the guys and say, hey, I'm sending you something. And you're back and forth 4 times. You're touching that meter like 4 times, right? Or that customer account number, right? When really, you can automate all that. You can generate those work orders in the new billing software. It populates into Esri, and the guys standing out in the field say, we've got a new work order. Let's go over here and take care of this while we're here, right? As opposed to paper copies and phone calls and that way when the customer comes in to pay their bill, the folks out in the field know that customer paid their bill and maybe we don't have to turn their water off. It's all to benefit not only us from an efficiency standpoint, but benefit the customer too. So we're making good strides to get more technologically advanced, we feel like.
So this is part of the new system or already in place, this?
Well, this is working in the background of the new system, right?
Okay.
So when we get the new system up and running, it'll actually marry to this right here, and they'll both be able to function together.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing this work right here with Lebanon Water. They're helping us facilitate that. And another good thing about this is Division of Water and EPA are migrating into a technological age as well. So they want everything online, and they want, surveys and questionnaires that the cities and your water and sewer providers are doing that would normally be done on an Excel sheet that you scan and mail them or email or what have you. Now they can be populated this automatically, and then that can feed into Division of Water. So we're actually working with Lebanon Water, who's actually working with Division of Water to create their whole system of how it revolves around this type of technology so that when they get there from a regulatory standpoint, we're already there. So it's going to help us a lot. Instead of trying to play catch up, we're in those conversations with them. And this is the last slide. This is some key initiatives that I had listed from last fiscal year. And these are what we're looking at for the new fiscal year. So again, training and certifications, safety gear and clothing, we did that. New billing software, moving to monthly billing, developing city and county ARPA projects, streetscape project coordination. We're doing that with Josh and their folks. Robust safety program. We're actually working with HR to develop, and we actually have developed with a company called HSI, a laundry list of possible trainings that our employees can go through. They'll be facilitated by the managers. Valve exercising program, we're doing that. We're doing the wastewater treatment plant lagoon clean out. We've got proactive updates to the CMOM documentation. We're doing that. Improved customer satisfaction. We feel like we're doing that. We're more transparent with the customers. We're providing new billing papers to them, paper bills in the mail that has their usage over the past 13 months. So all that's valuable information for the customer, right? And then, so for fiscal year 24, a lot of those items are going to carry over just because that's an ongoing thing. It's not necessarily a fiscal key initiative. It's a ongoing initiative. Some of those have asterisks by them, but so for '24, we're going to migrate into monthly audits of accounts. The lead and copper programmatic implementation, that's a biggie for us. Reporting accountability for water loss, that's a big one for Division of Water. Continuing the lagoon clean out, critical personnel needs, and pursue funding availability for the capital program. So really, that's on me too, is helping facilitate how can we find additional funds that are out there and available, right? So there's monies available, it's just a matter of tracking it down, and it's very time consuming, but it's well worth your time to do that. Even if you brought a third party in to help you facilitate that for a certain fee, at the end of the day, the overall gain, it's a matter of means, right? If you can get a couple $1 million for a project, it may be worth having somebody come in for, less than $100,000 to come and help you facilitate that, maybe. I don't know. There's definitely room to be done, work to be done there, so. And then that's all I've got, so. It's a lot of words and pictures, but I know it's at the end of the day, too. I know you guys are probably tired.
Go back to the slide where all the water hydrants were, the pink and green. No, you were.
You were there.
You were there.
Oh, the mapping,
Tracking.
Yeah,
right
right
there?
there,
Yeah.
I tried to figure out the difference between the pink and the green. I figured out what.
Oh, those are hydrants. So that's actually a picture from last year. So if I pulled it up right now, almost all those would be green.
And the
Because
green-
those were, the green are, that have been geospatially located in our mapping software.
Okay.
So, and then once you geospatially locate those, and when they, like what they're doing right now, so they're going through and testing those hydrants, you've seen them around town, you've seen the news blurbs about they're doing certain sectors at a time or whatever, right? Well, as they go through that, they're taking volumetric samples out of that hydrant, so they open that hydrant up, measure the amount of water coming out of it over X amount of minutes, and it tells them how many gallons per minute is coming out of that hydrant. Well, if it meets a certain threshold, then it's worthy of being a fire hydrant, right? But if there's issues that it's below that threshold, we need to figure out and work with them, how can we improve the efficiency of that fire hydrant to make sure it does what it's supposed to, which is help put out fires, right?
So the green
So all
ones
that
already
can be
been
built
tested?
in there.
The green ones have already been tested?
Well, all those have been geospatially located. The green ones have been tested and the remainders were going through. This is back in 2022, so that was kind of a picture in time. So if I pulled it up right now, they would all have gone through the initial testing phase.
Okay.
Then we would have an inventory of information for all those. So when they go back and test them the next time, the next year, they compare it side by side to how it did the year before, right? So if it was good last year, but it's not so good this year, we've had something going on. And it may be a water main that needs to be addressed. It may be overall water capacity that we need to think about. It's little things like that. Could be, absolutely. That happens. So that builds back into that's a good point, builds back into the valve exercising program. As our guys are going around and exercising those valves, it sounds kind of mundane, but they're actually testing those valves to make sure it opens and closes like it should.
Yeah.
Because if you have a water main break over here, I need to be able to isolate that area so I can work on that water main, right? If you can't turn it off, then you've got a problem. You're losing a lot of water, which is lost revenue also, but it's water quality issues with Division of Water and so on and so forth. And as we go through those valve exercising programs, we're geospatially locating those to build those into that program right there. So, if we've got a water main break and we have certain valves turned off, well, there may be 2 or 3 hydrants in that area that aren't useful right now for the fire department. So if they pull up on a structure fire, they know I can't use that one, or that one. Got to use that one or that one, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Where
That'll
we can
be
all
available.
work together.
It's not available, but it will be available. That's awesome if,
We want that knowledge to be integrated into what the fire department.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and we brought them into that conversation for that particular reason. It's like, hey, we're going through this. You all want to jump in with us, and we're going to develop all this together, right? That way you know what we're doing, we know what you're doing, and that way when they go around and test the hydrants, everybody knows what's going on. And if we make improvements to our water system, they see that on their mapping, right? And they know what's been going on. and are aware of what's going on.
More importantly, when they're at a scene, the operators are familiar with the system. They know where things are. They know how they operate. And it better makes our city staff work together. So they know who to call if they need something more efficiently. We have a lot of new firefighters. We have a lot of new utility folks over time. It maintains a healthy working relationship cross-departmental. And the knowledge is out there so that if there's a problem, they can identify it more quickly and resolve it more quickly, therefore save a house more quickly potentially, or business, or whatever that is.
And it would show, like, if they open a hydrant or whatever, and the hydrant doesn't work at all, it'll say, oh, that doesn't work, you need to find it.
Yeah, and it will show itself when they go through their inventory every year and they open that hydrant and it doesn't work at all. That may be a mechanical issue within the body of the hydrant, right?
But do we replace those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we identify all those annually and then have those on a sheet for replacement, right?
Okay.
So and that helps us and the fire department stay in tune with one another of what the needs are. And then
Yeah.
it should work pretty good. We feel like it's going to be very effective. And plus with the ability to tie it into our billing software, we think it's going to be very effective for us.
You can check on the one in front of your house, see if it's working, right? You try one. That's good. Any other questions or comments? Marshall? Good.
I just noticed, I will say one thing, sorry, I know it's a long day, but the employees, a lot of them, I mean, you're gonna have to backfill. I know you've said that, but I know the importance of that because there's so many that can retire.
Yeah.
And to replace them is hard
And that's the issue you run into. I
Right.
mean, you're blessed with people that know a lot about the system and have been around and see how things have developed over the years, but yet it's it is what it is.
Right.
They're able to retire, and that's the reality of it. So in order to, one of the few ways to help facilitate that is maybe overhiring in some areas, just
Right.
because you know that it's going to happen. And the important key to that is, our water treatment plant and our wastewater plant are open 24/7, 7 days a week. So they have to be manned by certain personnel that have certain certifications, right? Well, you can only get those certifications if you worked long enough, if you've done the proper training, so if you have a level of expertise to sit there in that chair. Well, some of those folks are able to retire. Well, the city has to assume the responsibility of backfilling those positions, because from a regulatory standpoint, you can't function without those guys there.
Right.
Which means you're not generating water and you're not treating your wastewater, which are two major problems, right? So it's definitely, something that needs to be further discussed, from a personnel standpoint.
I agree.
But, we're blessed to have those folks that work with us, but, it is the reality of it,
But everything that we've heard today from staff is that as we do all these transitions from one person to the next, you're getting things in place where their training will be a lot easier, a lot more comprehensive training for new employees.
More things in writing,
Huh?
more things written down.
Yes,
more
sir,
things
that's right, that's right.
reproduced.
Yeah.
All right, my turn. We got another hour. Rick, I'm just kidding. Thank you all a lot.
Pretty good since we just started at 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
I know.
The meeting, yes, Ashley's reminded me, we talked about last time, the KLC strategic plan. We talked about meeting at 4 on Monday to talk about that for a minute. That's still your all's mindset, so we'll have a special call meeting at 4 just to
Somebody
chat
just
about that.
reminded me, right? She just
The
reminded me,
strategic plan with KLC, remember, we would close the conversation with
Yes.
us Monday. I just want to make sure that's still at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so we'll have a special.
No, Monday.
I think it was meant for the staff's comments and your all's comments so that we could get it back to Tad so that we could have him at the May 8th meeting, I
Yep.
think.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of that meeting.
What was that, 4:30?
4.
4? Why did I have 4:30 down for it? Man. What? So 4 o'clock on Mondays. All right, I'm good. Can the chair entertain a motion to adjourn? Well, wake up. Wake up. Got having a motion, right? Somebody motion?
I did.
And somebody second?
Second?
All right. Cottle and Series? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.